It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic DAT Guy house in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
We're going to actually have to change that up because every single Monday when you join Nemo Nation, whether you're listening on iHeart, I hope you've given your heart to iHeart and RadioNemo, or whether you're listening on Odyssey, Live 365, Facebook, or yakking it up on YouTube. We'll be checking out over there in just a moment here. We've got to actually add a little something at the top that says Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Andre Thibodeau, and Dave, say good morning to Dean Croke.
Hey, good morning, Dean Croke.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Where are you now? Where have you? Are you in Boston or where are you?
I just said to Dre, we've got the snowmageddon here. We had about 6 inches overnight, so we're buried in snow for the first time this winter. Wonderful.
It's interesting too because we actually just missed it. I mean, it was I wasn't on pins and needles. Snow is snow. We go to Maine. You and I have gone to Maine. Dave and I have gone to Maine. Been to D.C. during snow days. But a lot of people in the city of New Orleans were like right on tenterhooks because for a moment it looked like that cold front was going to extend all. It's down here. It's just not down here with the kind of vengeance that I don't know if you know this. We had a genuine snowmageddon last year where I'll put it this way: the snow stayed on the ground for a day.
Right.
I mean, like the inches that fell, it froze. There are pictures I can send you. But it froze the fountain in front of the DAT Guy house in mid-water, and it just It slowly but surely froze it up. What are you looking at over there? How many? 6 inches? What are you looking at?
It's 6 inches. It's going to be really cold this week. My neighbour just put up their little ice rink next door, so I helped them build it yesterday. It's kind of a 30-foot by 30-foot pond for the kids next door, so that's kind of fun. But I think the not fun part of the cold weather story is what's going to hit the Midwest this week, which is sort of minus 40 level temperatures through the Midwest. And I'm sure some of our friends are out there. Chowder, I'm sure, is out there in the middle of this cold weather this week. So I think it's going to be pretty dangerous for a lot of people. I was watching the Weather Channel yesterday, and they were talking about wind chill and frostbite level dangerous temperatures this week. So I think whilst it might be fun for us up here with some of this snow, I don't think it's going to be a fun week for a lot of people out in the Midwest. So it's an Arctic blast. They're talking about some of the 10th and chilliest polar vortex weather coming down from Canada this week. So it's going to affect millions of people. I think that's going to be a pretty nasty week. The flip side of that is, of course, that's going to drive freight rates up for refrigerated carriers. So there's a little bit of good news on that front.
Dave, take a look and start collating for us all those wonderful comments that are happening over there on YouTube. We'd love to hear what people are saying out there. A lot of people are dropping in. Some of them have been kind of talking from places that don't have snow on the roads, and a couple of our friends who are all over the country. We'll get to everybody here in a second. Steve Brand, by the way, is going to be here later on today, Dean. He is TA's latest citizen driver. Is going to be joining us. And by the way, it was Dave's pick, was Lindsay's pick, and we are thrilled. He's a friend of this show. He's got his own podcast, lots of truckers' voices.
He's been on the show.
That's what we're saying. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be on the show later on today. And so he's going to, he's got his own podcast, Truckers' Voices, that is with Tim. So we're excited about that. So the freight rates, by the way, this week, actually, this is what we talked about. We said if the weather delivers, that's step one of a possible. Right. I call it a bridge, is the way I'm kind of looking at it. If, in fact, the Supreme Court says no mas on the tariffs, if, in fact, there is a weather event, are two of the kind of key components to getting us across the bridge back towards recovery. What are you seeing this week along with that?
They cooled a little bit. So, supplies continually thinning out. I think that's definitely the story. Rates retreated in refrigerated and dry van, but they're still maintaining a 10 to 12% advantage over last year. So rates are cooling off, but not as much as last year. I think that's the big story. But capacity is definitely thinning out in those two big sectors. So I think that's an important distinction between this year and last year. Rates did drop. So rates did peel off about 7 cents per mile last week, but nothing like previous years. And I think so this week's really important for all those truckers out there that are wondering where the market's going. This is earnings week. Earnings week means that all the large truckload carriers that kind of control 80% of the freight on the road, like Tim Ashoff and Creek, or the contract carriers. The public carriers having their earnings call. Shelley Simpson had a really interesting earnings call summary last week from JB Hunt, and I'll just quote a couple of those because I think it really summed up where we see the market at DAT and where the large carriers see it. Shelley said a couple of things that I thought really resonated. She said that they're seeing the freight market very fragile, and even a small tightening in capacity was creating ripples, which is exactly what happens when the market loses capacity. Shelley said that there's not a lot of elasticity left in supply, so any uptick in demand could create an environment that's different than what we've seen in past years. What that essentially means is when you get rid of a lot of capacity in the market, any surge in demand around things like cold weather, which is what we saw last January, early January, not late January, Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, produce season, all those sorts of things, spot rates surge and then they come back down because all that elasticity created by excess capacity goes away and the market tightens really quickly. And I think that's what we were saying late last year. That's what the theme of this year would be. And that is that, gradual recovering demand will be met by constrained supply. And that's kind of what the market is shaping up to be this year. So I think a lot of the excess capacity that has exited the market through regulatory pressure or just straight up, financial pressure, that is certainly starting to play out because rates are remaining elevated compared to where they would normally be in week 3 of the shipping year. That's sort of the interesting story because demand isn't roaring back. Let's be very clear, it's still teetering and there's still a lot of uncertainty. But as you and I have said, our worst fears from last April haven't materialised. The world hasn't collapsed, right, but it certainly hasn't recovered either.
Well, it goes back to your theory, too, and then we're going to jump over and Dave's going to read some comments. It goes back, too, is that one thing that we always have talked about in the 4 or 5 year journey that you and I have made together, doing one version or another of this particular segment, is we are constantly amazed at the American consumer. You and I got a little pushback from our friends Joe J. and Marshall, who pointed out, every restaurant I go to is packed. My counter argument is not a counter argument so much as that there are people in the market who are doing okay. And they want to continue to do okay and want to continue to have a good time. And as it happened during the Biden administration, as it happened during the first Trump administration, especially during the pandemic, there are just people out there who are like, nope, I'm making money. I'm going to keep on spending it. And that is the resilience you talked about among the American consumer, is he or she is continuing to kind of rise to the occasion. The question is, how much more gasoline do they have in their legs until we get to the other side of this? So we're going to see. Dave, who's out there talking and chatting? Read some quotes for us, man.
Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of folks. I'm going to start off with, because I'm looking at the cigar box guitar that is hanging on the wall here, courtesy of our dear friend BB the King, Brad Bentley. Good morning, Nemo Nation. Where is he? Is he in Outer Mongolia right by now?
Yeah, I can't keep up with it anymore. I constantly find myself one step behind him. I'll tell you that he's someplace like in Oklahoma, and then he'll be in California. I'll tell you he's in California. He's dropped over to Washington, D.C. I know that he'll be back in the city of New Orleans in time to ride in his beloved parade crew tux. Yeah, that's what I know for sure about Brad. Who else is out there chatting?
Well, we got Kilroy. He's out there. He says, good morning from Northeast Texas. And Showtime says, morning, kids, from a place that doesn't have snow on the roads. Be safe out there this week. And Lovey and Earl, good morning, my family. Have a fantastic day. Brothers and sisters in our beautiful world of WWT, thank you for that, Lovey and Earl. And we will always be praying for you all to be safe on our highways. And Steve says, good morning, road gang, to Dave and Jimmy, Dre, Tara, Lindsay, Claire Marie, top of the morning.
Gubna. But he wrote in governor, but if you're going to write that, you got to write governor, G-U-B-N-O-R, by the way. Yeah. Late to bed, early to rise. I'm healthy, not wealthy, but I am wise. Well said, Steve. Morning road gang to everybody out there. So that's kind of like the overview of what we're looking at from a 30,000-foot view, and we know we got snowstorms this week, and we're still not yet in festival season. That's far away, although down here in New Orleans, we're closing in. As a matter of fact, as of today, we are 1 month out, exactly 1 month out from Mardi Gras Day in the city of New Orleans.
Is it 1 month today?
It's 1 month,
Wow.
yeah. It's 1 month today.
It's going to be on a Tuesday this year.
Yeah, it's going to be on a Tuesday this year. Works out that way, doesn't it? By the way, my dad is very lucky. He is 2 days after Mardi Gras is when he actually has his birthday. This is kind of cool. I don't know if you know this, Dean. My dad was born the same day as both his parents. They all have the same birthday, which is a really kind of crazy thing. And there's like 4 or 5 other relatives in our immediate family who all share that February 19th birthday. So the captain's birthday is coming up fast and furious upon us. Okay, so you're in Boston now. Where's the last place you've been, and where are you going next?
I was in Seattle all week.
Right.
So we came here from Seattle last week. I'm just fascinated by all the big trucks over there and all the axles. I was just doing some editing of some videos over the weekend, and the bridge laws up there are fascinating, and how they've got to have all those axles to get to 105,500 gross pounds, like the 9-axle trucks, the super dumps they call them, with the strong arms, and the reach, the extendable drawbars or reaches they have that come in and out between the first trailer and the second trailer. It is so complex. I got schooled by so many truckers on Facebook. I couldn't figure it out for the life of me. So, sometimes when you ask a question on Facebook, people are very gracious to jump in and not quite let you know how stupid you are, but they kind of very quickly educate you on how things really work. But they were very helpful. But man, the Pacific Northwest is very, very different when it comes to trucking and some of those massive rigs they've got up there. They have some serious heavy haul equipment. They do some amazing work.
I'll tell you this, it's really funny because I was talking to some friends last night. I was telling Dave I went to an event last night, and a friend of mine had just gotten back from Los Angeles, and he had a great line. He said, even the normal people on the West Coast are strange. And I got what he meant, by the way. It really is a different country. And I would really encourage a lot. One of the great things about knowing truck drivers is a lot of these guys and gals understand that when they hear stuff like, I don't know how anybody could vote this way. Everybody I knew voted the other way. And you kind of, if you actually travel around, you realize, Marco Rubio said this once too. He said, you need to realize, he said, there are cultures and people in this country for whom you have no contact. And I always encourage people, get out in the country, go into places where you've never been before, and you will find that there is a whole other America. It's not just one place, but it is a strange place, even right down to the technology they use, because people forget that if you're on the East Coast, most of the immigrants over there, or the tourists and the travelers, come from either Africa or Europe. If you're on the West Coast, man, it's a lot of Asian tourists. That the people who actually, or call it home, who make the move. It's like, when there was a reason why when Seattle, with its baseball team, really made a point of signing Ichiro to that first contract. They wanted him bad because they wanted those Japanese tourists to get on planes and come see him play. And it's a strange, odd place. It feels like you've almost, the first couple of days there, tell me if you found this to be the case. You got a chance to spend some extended time at one of the new DAT corporate offices. It does feel a little science fiction-y, doesn't it? I mean, Seattle looks a little,
in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it has a very different feel. And that's one of the coolest things about cities in this country is that then each one is not the same. It's not just a big giant glass McStardunks. It's something else. I mean, each one has its own kind of rhythm. Dave, I don't know if you heard it when Dean was last on. You heard where he stayed in Seattle, huh?
I did not.
Citizen M.
Oh, yeah.
They had a Citizen M, which is where, of course, Claire and I stayed in London.
Yeah,
when they first started opening, Dean, is when we stayed there, when they first really started making their mark. But he and I'm in agreement. I think that's the future of hotels for a lot of people.
Yeah.
For taking urban vacations or even business trips. Why have a big space like that? We got to take a break here real quick, Dean. We'll come back on the other side. We got the good pastor. We got our pledge and our national anthem, a great lineup as well, and a couple of other things I want to ask you about, and Dave and I want to talk to you about before we actually head out into the day. Phone Master Dre, shall we take that deep breath of all? Breathe through the nose.
Oh,
Remember,
100%.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Mondays.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Monday. Well, good morning. Today is considered to be a holiday. It is MLK Day. So a lot of people are out of work. A lot of people are not doing a lot of receiving today and shipping as well. So, hey, I just want to tell you to enjoy this Monday. Take it relax. If you got a federal holiday, this is a federal holiday for a lot of people to take off. And if you're driving, you got to make a delivery to some federal facility. Hey, just chill. You have a day to chill. And hey, I want to give you something to think about today. As you found in Paul talks to the Corinthian church, he says in 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11, he says, finally, brothers and sisters, rejoice. And now notice what he says. He says, finally. So he's telling them, after all he's said and all he's explained to them, he's breaking it down and saying, finally. This is my, watch this, this is my closing to it. This is my ending. He's saying, finally, brothers and sisters. So you know he's talking to the saints of God because it calls us brothers and sisters. He says, rejoice. He says, strive for full restoration. Encourage one another. Be of one mind. Live in, watch this, peace. And the God of love and peace will be with you. He says, don't forget about, before you end off anything, make sure that you loving one another, encouraging one another, and watch this, and God will be with you. So God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang on in there and know that Jesus loves you. This I know, for the Bible tells me so. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang on in there. It's only Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Just a whole bunch of nerds talking about freight lines and trucking and shipping over here in Nemo land on Nemo Nation on RadioNemo.com. You can find us on iHeart. And if you're yakking it up on YouTube, great to have Jerry Bowers on the scene. Always good to have more friends joining the conversation. Dig this really quickly, by the way. We have a phone call. We will get to it. The Caroline County Sheriff's Office is investigating an altercation at the fuel pumps at a Flying J truck stop that left a man with a serious injury this week. If you head on over to CDO Life, you will see the man who has been accused of the crime. Dig this. Shortly after 5 p.m. on January the 13th, 2026, CCSO responded to the Flying J Travel Center located at 24279 Rogers Clark Boulevard in Ruther Glen, Virginia, for an assault reported in the fuel island. Deputies found an adult male on the scene lying on the ground after he suffered the loss of the upper portion of his right ring finger as a result of the altercation. My precious. The investigation revealed that the incident began as a verbal dispute between multiple individuals at the fuel fuel pump, which escalated into a physical confrontation between two adult males. During the altercation, the victim's finger was bitten, resulting in the traumatic injury. I love the fact they use the words traumatic, because that is, man. They searched the area and were able to locate the severed portion of the victim's finger on the asphalt near the fuel pumps. The victim and the severed finger were transported by ambulance to a nearby hospital. What they said was that the witnesses attempted to intervene in the altercation and separate the two males involved. After reviewing video evidence and taking statement from witnesses, deputies arrested Dedrick McGuire, 54, of Bristow, Oklahoma, on a charge of, I love this, malicious wounding.
That's a new one on me.
I like that one, by
that.
the way.
Yeah.
You stand before the court charged of malicious wounding. After being booked in the Pomnakey Region Jail, McGuire was released on a secure bond. I wouldn't have given this guy bond. The incident remains under investigation. What's to investigate? He bit the dude's finger off.
Jeez.
And anyone with information is asked to contact CCSO. I guess they're probably, under investigation means there are people who probably saw more and were so horrified at watching somebody get their finger bit off that they ran screaming from the scene of the crime. Good God Almighty.
What a malicious wounder.
I mean, good God, malicious wounder.
Sorry, that's awesome. I'm honored, Dave. I'm honored.
Malicious. By the way, I got to tell you, man, there's some things I wouldn't mind being charged with. Malicious wounding is one of them. Yeah,
What a badass.
I did a little time, I was at the fuel pump and I did some time for malicious wounding.
He don't look like much, but he's a malicious wounder.
Well, it's like, so what ended up happening? Well, it ended up, once he got the ring, he fell into the fuel pump island and destroyed all of Mordor.
That sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings.
No, it is out of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I mean,
Oh,
my precious,
God.
I got the ring. It's tense out there, Dean. It's tense. It's some tense stuff.
Very.
Before we get back to Dean and talking about what's going on in Alaska, let's do a quick drop in on the phone call. Who do we got?
Chowder.
Chowder. Good morning.
Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
Dean. Morning, Jimmy. Morning, Dre.
Hi,
morning,
honey.
Dre. Hey, baby. Hey, so I don't know if that guy needs a teething ring or pacifier. was it malicious because he like used hot sauce and went after him gnarly? Because would like non-malicious be if you rubbed some like butter on there maybe, or maybe a little garlic seasoning?
Yeah, that's delicious wounding.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I always figured that was kind of wrong. Maybe that's delirious. No, that's me.
Wait, could
Anyway,
you see it though in the middle of the fight? Hold on a second. I gotta go get some hot sauce.
Salt and pepper over here. Don't be rapping either when you do it. But
God.
Jimmy, you want to talk about malicious wounding? How about that Patriot-Houston game? That was, I don't want to win. No, here you win. No, I prefer to lose it. Here, let me throw another interception. What was going on there?
Well, I can tell you right now, brother, I enjoyed every minute of that game. That was a bunch, because here's the thing. Let us not pick on the offenses. Let us celebrate those two defenses in that game that literally were like playing eyeball to eyeball and saying, somebody going to blink. Somebody going to blink.
That's
Is
right.
it going to be you?
That's right. You know what the best part about the whole weekend of football was?
Here it comes. Tell me.
My wife, I cheered for her Broncos with her, and then I celebrated, not that I should in injury, but how great that Bo Nix got injured second play from the end on the overtime, so now I get to watch her agonizingly lose to my second home team of the Patriots next weekend, because we're going to put Stedham in that wasn't good enough to be a Raiders quarterback and has no practice time.
Let me just say this, though. Sean Payton, go look up Sean Payton's record as a head coach in the last in the last 5 years of Drew Brees' career with the starting quarterbacks when Brees actually had to go out with an injury. Teddy Bridgewater.
Well, that's true. He's good.
Teddy Bridgewater
and I
was
give him a lot of credit,
6-1. Teddy Bridgewater was 6-1, and Taysom Hill was 3-0, dude. So let that kind of sink in. Be careful.
They had some wins and they had some playing experience. Stedham hasn't thrown a pass since 2018 for Raiders. So good luck, Broncos. It was nice seeing your little ride, but Teddy Bruschi back to the playoffs. Or Mike Vrabel back to the playoffs. Thank you very much.
I will say this, though.
And,
Don't be surprised, because while the trade deadline is passed, there's no reason. Don't think for a moment Sean Payton didn't send at least one text to Drew Brees, dude, being like, "What are you doing, dude?
Well,
What are you, I'm thinking
Geno
about
Smith.
you."
We got Geno Smith we can have.
Would that be beautiful?
But hey,
Go ahead.
just for the record, though, the weather in western South Dakota and the Black Hills at dark, oh my gosh, I can't see nothing, is only 4 degrees, but the wind is down to a bare minimum of like 4 or 5 miles an hour. So everybody going through the west on 90, come on through. It's good. Everybody jump in. A little chilly, but we'll be fine. Put a jacket on.
Hey, by the way, Dean is like dying in laughter over there because of what you're going through weather-wise. He's been dying to kind of find out what's happening over there. There you go, Dean. 4, which by the way is
Dean,
my emotional
sorry,
age.
Sorry, Dean, we're not reefer drivers today. We're picking up wood pellets to take to bomb guys in Sioux City.
That's important. That's good.
That's good stuff.
It is this time of year. It's a little chilly. You got to burn these things. Ice cream don't burn well for heat.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Chowder.
Hey, time to go. Bye, kid.
Bye. Dean, we can roll this over into the next half hour, but let's get this Alaska thing kind of going on, because after all, we're going north to Alaska. We're going north. The rush is on. What's happening up there?
Yeah, I was sitting there last week, fascinated, looking over the harbour, and it kind of struck me that one of the reasons there's so much inbound freight into Seattle is it's essentially Alaska's warehouse. And we see a lot of truckload freight on DAT's network going into Seattle. And I was watching the tote marine ships, the Ro-Ro ships, with all of the trailers sitting on the top of them. And because we were watching the port, our new office is literally overlooking the port. And one of the things you don't really appreciate is the weekly service that runs on tote and Matson, of course, the 2 big companies that run the twice weekly service. I think it takes 2 or 3 days, maybe 4 days to get up there, depending on weather. But they run straight into Anchorage each week with those services. So everything that really goes up to Alaska is really dependent on Seattle, which is acting as that whole freight warehouse for everything that you would think about, from building materials, consumer goods, food, vehicles. Everything comes out of the port of Seattle. That's why it's such a big freight market for everybody in the Pacific Northwest, because Alaska is really highly dependent on Seattle and those weekly Ro-Ro ships that you see coming in and out of the port. You don't really notice it that much because they're not that frequent. But when you look at the trucks that come in and out of that market, it's such a highly efficient supply chain network.
We got to take a break here. Hang around just for one more moment. If you got to go, you can always just go, "Hey, guys, I got to go." Before we hit this break, by the way, so we talked about a malicious wounding. What do you call it when you get an injury due to a punk rock altercation?
What do you
call it when you get an injury because of a punk rock altercation? A Sid Vicious wounding.
Oh, my God.
We'll be back on the other side of this break. Nemo Nation continues. We're going to give you a little bit of a lineup. We're going to move through that quickly, get to the phone, and give Dean a chance to wrap up his thoughts. He stays as long as he wants because that's how Dean rolls. Over in Boston, New Orleans, Nashville, we're everywhere trucking happens.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
We got a lot of stuff to kind of do here. Dean's got about 5 or 6 gracious minutes to kind of hand us. Dave has got an explanation for a question that Steve asked. Pretty clear one. Market-driven decision. Before anybody points any fingers, there's a couple of things at play with the Walmart situation, in particular over in California. And we're going to finish up the Alaska stuff as well, get you through the lineup of today's show. But before we get to any of that, and Dean can kind of fold this in, I know that Showtime is calling not just to say good morning to Dave, Andre, and I, but also he'd like to say good morning to Dean. So we'll drop him in now. Good morning to you, Showtime. Welcome, as everybody else is, to Nemo Nation.
Good morning, kids. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning.
What's happening?
I'm headed out to a destination unknown to drop off 3 test vehicles and then come back to Phoenix, unload 2, and then go to my yard to drop off 1 that someone else is going to take, and then I'll be training for probably the rest of the week. So,
that's a great week for trucking. That is a great week. You become a poster boy in a lot of ways for why people want to put in the years and the hours. I'm just going to say this really quickly. The idea that you actually get to go to a destination where you have an NDA and you can't tell us where you're going, and then be able to kind of enjoy the stuff that you're moving, and then get a chance to actually teach the next generation. That is a really cool situation, and you deserve it. You deserve to have that kind of week. That's money too, so good for you.
Yeah. Well, and it'll be a good week for me training. So we've got a new driver coming in, so we're doing a new type of training program. So I'm going to work with that. So I'll be in Arizona for the week, so I'll take that. So instead of being, up where Chowder is. So, but I'll get to my point real quick, and I'll jump out. But if the trucking industry doesn't get these fuel islands under control, it's going to get worse out here. Because you have these people that pull in and park on the fuel island and won't move. I saw one guy post up, I have the legal right to that fuel island until I get my fuel receipt. I can sit there as long as I want. I don't know who's making this stuff up, but it's getting old.
Yeah, that is not next to the malicious wounding statute. It just isn't. I mean, there's no reality for that. You can't just set up at a few. You have no right to anything that's private property. You have no right to be there. That's not true.
Well, and then on the other side of it, I pulled into Bordentown one day, and I'm at the fuel island right beside the scale. Well, the shop, someone apparently is getting their truck work done, so they left their trailer sitting there to block the direct line to get up on the scale. So you got to go up at an angle. So I pull in, there's nobody there. I'm like, all right, I'm going to pull in. I'm putting 60 gallon on. I can do it in about 3 minutes, and I'll get out of the way. I don't want to park, get out, and start doing that. This guy pulls up, starts blowing his horn because he can't get on the scale. And then he gets out and confronts me and starts getting into it with me. And I'm like, you're just slowing me down. I'll sit here all day if you want. And then to top it off, I get done and I do the courtesy thing. I get done fueling and I pull ahead so that he can get on the scale. Then he scales, pulls off, and parks at the end of the fuel aisle where everybody's trying to get out, so he's blocking trucks. That's the mentality of some of these people out here.
Oh, God. I see Dean shaking his head.
I hate to interject the old 50-year-ago thing, but Showtime, sounds like a call I would have gotten in 1977. I mean, no, really, this sort of thing, it seems like it's cyclical. It ebbs and flows, and it seems like it comes out of nowhere and it's the first time. This is an ongoing thing,
Go ahead.
Right. Well, but it's gotten worse.
Oh, sure. Everything gets worse because we got more people and less time.
It's gotten to where now these people, I mean, you watch them. They have a whole routine. They pull in. First they wash their windows, and then they go inside and use the restroom.
Exactly.
Then they come out, and then they fuel. They want to make sure they eat that whole 30 minutes sitting there on the fuel island.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And
It's
that's it. It's going to get worse. So, Dean, thank God you're not out on the road dealing with this every day.
You got a big old affirmative nod from Dean the Machine over there. It's good talking to you. It's good having you. This is going to end up as content on one of our platforms. Thank you, Showtime. Appreciate you.
All right, you have a good one, Dean. Be careful.
We got to pivot to Dean, as we always do, to give him his last couple of words here. I want to wrap up the Alaskan stuff and any other thoughts you might have as people head into a week where this is 2026, 250 years, halfway through our terrible twos, and Dean, it's time to get serious. So give us the final word.
Yeah, if Showtime could see what I've got here, that's my extendable finger. This is my icebreaker. That's what I would use with those drivers. I would say, listen here, buddy.
Pick a finger, any finger.
It works. I've got one in my truck that I usually carry when that usually is a good icebreaker. And I'll post a picture of that on Instagram so Showtime can see it. But there is a little bit of love starting to flow in Miami, in Florida. Rates are starting to move. Produce season is starting to come online. Strawberry volumes were up about 11% last week. We're starting to get into berry season for the reefer carriers. Interesting data, there's about 90,000 tonnes of fresh cut flowers, or about 4,500 reefer loads, come into Miami from Colombia and Ecuador over the January-February period. So we're starting to see some of that volume come in the next couple of weeks. So keep your eye on the Miami reefer market, particularly Miami, Atlanta, anywhere up the I-95 corridor. That's going to be a pretty good market. So that's sort of what I'm watching. I think that's going to be a pretty hot market in the next few weeks. I think that's sort of where a lot of carriers are going to start to see some pretty good volume, especially as capacity starts to tighten because of all the refrigerated capacity that's left the market in the last few months.
Dean Croke, of course, can be found at DAT.com. You need to get your own website, dude. And by the way, do me a favor. When you post the finger, as I'm going to call it from now on, by the way, I'm not going to give you that new nickname for a handle, the finger. Make sure you tag Radio Nemo, and we'll talk some more. Go have a day. Enjoy your podcast, by the way. Enjoy your show. We will talk soon, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Be safe, everyone.
Yeah. Dean Croke appears every single Monday on Nemo Nation and appears once every other week on all of RadioNemo.com's platforms. We love having him. He's great. Steve Credell had a question, by the way, on the YouTube where people are yakking it up right now. Why don't you read the question, Dave, and then you have an explanation, a good one, too, and I can unpack a little bit of it as well.
Yeah. Steve says, has anybody heard what is going on in California? Love's is closing down stores, and Walmart is closing down stores. Can anyone elaborate on this? I don't really know about Love's, but there is an answer on the Walmart thing, and it's the corporate answer, of course, as you can well imagine. They closed 5 stores, San Diego, one in San Diego, and then El Cajon, West Covina, Fremont, and Granite Bay. Now, San Diego, and Jim and I were talking about this during the break, it's over-concentration. They just had too many stores in San Diego.
It's too wealthy, dude. I mean, it's like, and look, by the way, anybody, my mom talks about this all the time. She did not go to Walmart for many years. It was a cultural thing. She had a very different idea about what Walmart was. And anybody goes to a well-run Walmart, and a lot of them are well-run, knows that they are a clean, well-lighted place full of people who give you really good service, and nobody gets their finger bit off at the fuel island. Mm-hmm. That's the reality of it. That being said, there are areas of the country where if you put too many Walmarts, you're not going to have any more Walmarts because it's the overconcentration effect. The idea that Orange County and San Diego are very, very, very wealthy portions of California and don't require that sort of, don't cater to that class of people. Yeah. And I don't mean that class of people like they're better or worse. I just mean
their retail base is on another level.
Yeah, their retail base is on another level. Many of them, even in San Diego, by the way, there are large portions of San Diego that really are 15-minute cities. There are, you know what a 15-minute city is?
Drive in and out in 15 minutes?
No, it's the exact opposite of that. It means you can walk to whatever you need in 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Meaning the grocery store, the retail shops, all of that kind of stuff.
This is almost like a 15-minute neighborhood here.
This is a 15-minute. Actually, this is one of the areas in New Orleans, along with the French Quarter, and along with Magazine Street uptown, that actually fit the model of a 15-minute city where, and there's downtown areas in the CBD now. If you live down in the downtown area in New Orleans, they have a couple of nice big grocery stores and retail areas where you can walk. If you have an apartment in downtown New Orleans, there is a Rouse's grocery store right there in the heart of the CBD.
I did not know
Oh,
that.
yeah, upscale.
Wow, that's a game changer
Yeah, I mean,
on every level.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too that Lakeview, where my mom and dad live, is quickly turning into a 15-minute walkable place as well because of some of the things that are happening on Allen Toussaint Boulevard, former Robert E. Lee. And and the thing is that Walmarts tend not to thrive, although they may develop a model eventually. They tend not to thrive in 15-minute cities. That's not their model. They want people getting off at exit ramps. They want people driving into strip malls with a list, of all the different places they're going to go. So that's part of what's playing itself out there. I don't have an explanation on the Loves. I don't think you do either, do you?
No, not really. Okay, so El Cajon, they just said it was declining profitability. And overall, Steve, Walmart says it's inflation and tariffs that are causing them to close those 5 stores, as well as the overconcentration. So El Cajon is declining profitability. West Covina, they closed it because of company consolidation. Fremont, inflation pressure. And Granite Bay, they basically are seeing a bigger shift to online sales, and that's why have the brick and mortar when we're making all that money with a DC?
Yeah, and it turns out that a lot of people really go with that delivery thing. And we were talking about it this weekend with a friend of mine who is McDonald's biggest competitor.
At the moment, McDonald's?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a good question.
Starbucks.
Oh.
They consider Starbucks public enemy number 1 because of breakfast, because it's pure profit. Anybody serving breakfast, eggs and bacon and a couple of things thrown together, that's nothing, man. And it's a coffee cleanup.
Yeah.
NACFE. NACFE.
Yeah.
Who is Amazon's biggest competitor?
Amazon. I would have to say Walmart on that.
You got
one.
it. Bingo, bango, boomo. And the one advantage they have over Amazon, the only advantage they have, they can give you customer service. They can give you direct personal customer service. They're not jobbing out their deliveries to people who only drive Amazon vans but have no connection to Amazon other than the fact that they drive Amazon vans. And that's the brick and mortar approach. That's why Barnes and Nobles continues to be in business despite the fact that you would think that Amazon would wipe them out, right? They can't replicate the experience.
That's right.
They can't. You can't check out magazines. You can't browse the books.
And
I mean,
there's a Starbucks in the bookstore.
And there it is. I mean, and all that stuff just kind of plays out. Hey, guys, welcome to Nemo Nation. Phone Master Dre, who we'll talk about this when you are restored. But you had a s'mores incident this weekend. I know. And we'll
talking about biting that guy's finger off, and all I'm thinking about him with the s'mores.
I'm just going to nub it.
You tell as much as you want. If you want to talk about what happened this weekend, you can. If not, we can move on.
No, I can do it. I'm gonna enunciate certain words so I don't make it sound like I'm Dustin from Stranger Things with very little teeth.
You're my hero, dude. I'm really I fall more in love with you every day. Go on, please.
I had too much confidence in this temporary bridge, and I put it through a lot of pressure with certain things I was eating and hanging out with some friends, and haven't been able to do that with them, and full just not even really drinking, not really doing anything else, just some full hanging out with them confidence. I made s'mores. Everybody else's was melted to perfection with the marshmallow and the chocolate. I had mine. I looked at it, saw the oozing chocolate come out. Well, then I got into a several-minute conversation and then forgot that it's cold outside. Your s'more might get hard. Bit into that joker, and as soon as I did, felt the pressure, and I was like, oh, yeah, I felt this pressure before. We're good. And all of a sudden, I hear a split. And then whenever I start chewing the chocolate, I hear a crunch and feel a crunch. And then, try to spit that chocolate out to get what I had left in my bridge, and it was non-existent because I swallowed it at that point.
Yeah, but at least you got some stuff going on this week that's going to take you, get it back. And Ray and I were talking with Dave before the show began. They have a model of it. That's the biggest thing. They have to kind of measure it. And the first time they do it, the second time they do it, it's a lot easier. They'd rather not do it. Don't eat any more s'mores, dude.
I won't, man. Listen, I was staying away from certain sandwiches, certain wraps. I wasn't doing steaks unless I cut it up real nice. And I was eating a lot of soup, man, a lot of Smoothie King, But then I got a little cocky, and that's what happens.
It happens. It's okay. And by the way, I found out something too. I've been doing this, not, doing the 12 to 8, 11 to 7 thing. Whenever I set the starter pistol off. You know what I realized this weekend? I actually had a really nice roast beef sandwich. Had them the deli cut me rare roast beef, so I had a roast beef sandwich. It's the first time that I've had actual big time bread. I've had a couple of little pieces here and there. I haven't had bread like in over a month. And so I was looking at it's amazing when you start doing these dietary things, other things just start happening accidentally.
Yeah.
Because you start planning your meals. You know what I'm saying? You're like, well, if I can't eat till noon, if I don't break fast, as Marshall likes to say, until noon, you get really picky about what you're eating, and you tend to lay off stuff like bread or any sort of carbs, which you eat in the morning. And I realized also that when you don't eat bread, you don't get a lot of that stickiness in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? That you get that kind of that pull on your teeth.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing, and like I said, I'm kind of digging this whole non-bread thing.
Dude, and it's a beautiful thing because like you're not really supposed to have a lot of carbs in the morning.
You're
So
not
whenever
supposed
you
to.
don't have it, you're like, oh man, I had 2 bananas just now, and I'm like, I'm ready to go for another run.
Yeah, since October, Dave, Andre, since October, I am down now 11 pounds.
Nice, congrats to
And
you.
I did, but here's the thing: I wasn't even tracking it.
And
I
it's
got on-
noticeable too, by
Yeah,
the way.
Thank you. I got on the scale, and it's funny because my mom was like, "You're too skinny." I came out. And
That's such a mom from the
It's such
South.
a mom. Well, the thing was, what happened? I totally get what happened was. The clothes that I had bought as compensatory clothes. I have compensatory clothes. If I gain a little bit too much weight,
Yeah.
I have a very small wardrobe for that. Those were hanging, and I'm like, you got to trust me. As soon as I get back to the clothes that put me where I really should be is between about 185 and 190. I just dropped under 200 for the first time in a while, and I said, no. I said, just wait till I get to the clothes I actually should be wearing, and you'll notice it. But if you do it right, like my dad did, like Dave did, like you've done in the past, it's just a matter of people shouldn't notice it. People that see you on a daily basis shouldn't notice it until you suddenly go, oh, wait. And that's something that you end up seeing as well, too.
So the guy who goes to jail for committing malicious injury, does he
Malicious
get
wounding.
Well, malicious wounding, yeah, that sounds much better. Does he get compensatory clothing in jail? He does.
Yeah, he does, by the way. Okay, so we already had Dean Croke on. The good pastor dropped in. What we got?
Sorry. I just want to tell you one thing before we transition out of the thing. How tall are you?
6'2".
Oh, 6'2". Okay, so with you going for the Ralph look, he is 5'11", and he weighs. Do you have a goal weight for you?
Yeah, 185 to 190.
Okay, he's at 172 with. Wait, hold on. He dropped from around 235 and then got to 172 for what he looked like. That we're like, wow.
Right.
So that's a good balance for you with your height.
Yeah, the least I have ever weighed in my adult life, and it was a weird moment. So I don't want people to ever think that I ever should be down here ever. During Katrina, right before Katrina, I was exactly where I should have been. I was at like 188. I was between 182 and 188.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, when you get down to your final weight numbers, guys, you should fluctuate. If you've locked into a weight, you're either obese or you are really, really, really sickly. Really skinny, because there's a point where your body is like, nope, not going to move it. It locks in. I should be between about 182 and 188. There was a moment I got really sick after Katrina. During Katrina, I guess is a good way to describe it. During the aftermath of it, I got down to 167. Whew. And if you see those pictures, the first thing my friend Matthew said when I got to Fordham to go visit him in the Bronx, he went, before we get started, he said, I hate to do this. Do you have cancer or some sort of autoimmune disease? He said, because it would just kill me inside.
The machinist.
To know that. And I went, no. I said, I just had a really bad flu. That's the other thing, too. A lot of people, when they're overweight, you don't notice that they're sick as much. Man, when somebody's in shape and they get sick, like really sick,
Sure.
Man, you notice it. You see it in their face. You see it in their body.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really hits you hard.
Check your phone real quick there, Dave.
167 is where I don't ever want to be ever again. I lost like 11 pounds, like really rapidly on both ends.
Oh, wow.
That's 63.
Yeah,
I sent him that ripped picture of Ralph.
63 years old.
Yeah.
Looking good.
He's probably 60 in that, but still.
Looking good. Okay, so Pastor John has dropped in. Dean Croke has come and gone. Chris Jolly is going to be joining us at 8 in the center, 9 in the east. Can't wait to talk to him. We'll get to that in a little bit. He'll be our first guest so we can unpack that. Operation Roger immediately after that. Tell us a bit about that real quick.
Well, her dog was Roger, and Sue is retired from trucking now, but she came up with an idea of having pets that were in shelters taken to new homes with truck drivers doing the taxiing, so to speak. And it's just lasted for a lot of years. It's out there. They're alive and well. They need a lot of help, as everybody does. But I hope that if you don't know about Operation Roger, listen in about a half an hour from now, 20 minutes from now, Sue will be with us.
And listen really close to what Sue has to say. They could sure use our help. They could sure use your help. Go to operationroger.rescuegroups.org. We got to get her in touch with BJ Gaddam.
Yeah.
We got to get her in touch with BJ Gaddam. Sue Wiese is going to be joining us for Operation Roger. After that, breaking news. Jamie Jones is going to be coming by. No, don't worry, Dre. Dre thought I was dropping that on him, by the way. We followed up with a little 15-minute drop back in, revisit, see what's going on with Rico Muhammad, good friends of Chuck Snow, and, of course, our good friend Dean Croke, followed by Mr. Transport Topics and Mr. Accelerate and Mr. Podcast from Transport Topics. Michael Freeze. Was a hard week for Michael. His beloved Steelers got bumped and bad from the playoffs by a team that got bumped and bad yesterday. The Texans showed the Steelers and Mike Tomlin the door. We'll be talking to Michael about all the other stuff in the transportation sector. Joe Lynch is going to make his first appearance of the year here on Nemo Nation, friend of the show, podcaster, broadcaster, transportation czar and guru Joe Lynch. Steve Brand, citizen driver Steve Brand, is going to be dropping in, and also host of Truckers Voices, co-host of Truckers Voices with his buddy Tim, and then NACFE, your good friend.
Mike Roeth is going to be joining us. We'll find out where he is when we talk to him, but they've got a new executive director. I'm sorry, they have a new senior freight consultant, Bruce Stockton. And we're going to meet him, and Mike is going to tell us about him. And then Amelia Sibley and Dean Bushy, every month in the NACFE newsletter, they put out what I've learned and this week. And Amelia and Dean brought up a couple of very interesting things that Mike is going to expand on.
And then, of course, one of the great wild men of sales, recruiting, trucking insight, training, Matt Beach. We've never really had him on for a full half hour. So I am really excited about the prospects.
That's kind of a scary proposition
well, it is.
when you think about it.
And by the way, he comes on usually, and he's been a joyful nutcase talking about Popeye's fried chicken's version of a Thanksgiving turkey, a lot of other strange and wonderful insights. But we're going to give Matt a chance to breathe into a conversation, because I think you're going to find out that he is one of the most brilliant people when it comes to talking about what's out there, what's happening now, where the action may be in the future for you guys who might want to retire or call it a day. And then finally, Courtney Neimann is going to be here. Talk to us a little bit about Courtney.
Courtney heads up St. Christopher. We are in the new year now. They are always looking to improve and expand. So we'll find out what the improvements and the expansion plans are for at Truckers Fund on Twitter, at Truckers Fund on TikTok, and of course, truckersfund.org on the web.
Yeah, they are a nonprofit. They were started. Before we actually get to them, too, I wanted to kind of, the thing is, we've been so forward-facing the last couple of weeks here. I want to remind people that the St. Christopher Fund is the product of you, our good friend John McElligott, and some other concerned citizens who kind of got together and put something really marvelous together. Talk about the origin point of that story.
Oh, boy. It was kind of just a simple conversation. Somebody needs to do something for some of these guys out there. And because medical facilities for truck drivers, you have medical facilities everywhere, but to get a tractor trailer parked outside and in the right time in the right place is looking for the needle in the haystack a lot of times.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, it's the fact that it's there are places in regards to bring your truck if you want maintenance for your truck. There are not as many places to bring your truck if you want maintenance for you. Because the thing is that, yeah, I mean, of course, are there places to bring a semi if, in fact, you have an emergency? Yes, there are. There are, they will figure out a way to accommodate that, a life-threatening emergency. But when it comes to just getting a checkup, and a lot of people let that time go by and don't schedule those moments, and on the road a lot, especially back in the day, on the road a lot, it was a real opportunity to kind of say, we're going to meet the drivers where they are, as opposed to asking them to meet us where we are. And that makes it's become a lot more since then, because it's become a lot more about preventative medicine, and actually even pre-preventative medicine, lifestyle choices.
And targets. They have targeted programs, too.
Rigs Without Cigs comes to mind. Their diabetes effort, big effort on diabetes. By the way, speaking of diabetes, we've talked about Ozempic before, and Wegovy and a whole bunch of other stuff. My brother Patrick stopped by my mom and dad's house. He, of course, as you guys know, he works for the Customs and the Border Patrol, and he got on Ozempic a couple of months ago. He started doing it, and he has lost 35 pounds since starting it. And it's weird too, though. I'll tell you this: is that the doctors told him, you got to start walking. Why? They said because if you don't use the opportunity to hit the gym, I mean, they ask you to be easy on yourself at first. But if you guys decide to make that leap into this world, first of all, read the book. We'll get you the information on that later on in the show. Read the book so you have all the information. The good news is for my brother is that he has gotten through the side effects months. The first couple of months it doesn't work for about 10% of the people that take it. It really just doesn't work and has really bad side effects. After about a month or two, you know if those side effects are going to start damaging you. It's working for him, but they're also telling him not as bad as when you get gastric bypass surgery, but if you're not careful, you can get that sag. Because often it makes you lose weight a lot faster than you're used to losing it. You can prevent the sag, but you got to prevent it by being active. That's a big thing. Prevent it by being active. And yes, guys, moisturizer. Put that moisturizer on your skin. Make sure your skin stays elastic and hydrated. Yeah. That's a big thing,
too. It's an organ.
It is an organ, and you got to take care of it. You got to take care of yourself. It's a great show. Like I said, Chris Jolly's going to be up first in that first half hour, that rapid fire of us just asking questions and winding up these folks to go. Operation Roger with Sue Wiese. And then, of course, Jamie Jones ends the first rapid fire half hour of Nemo Nation. How was your weekend?
Real good. I got my former radio studio back to my personal, I don't want to say man cave, but that's about what it turns out to be.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to use it. What are you going to use it primarily for?
Music.
I figured.
I've got my guitar set up in one corner, and I have my congas set up in the other corner, and I have my computer over here in that corner, and ready to go.
Do you have a reclining chair or anything?
No.
You should get one of those, by the way.
Well, there's no real room for that.
I don't know. You can always make room for something else, too, by the way. We got to take a quick break here. Nemo Nation continues on the other side. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Lots of good stuff coming your way in that direction as well, too. We'll be right back on the other side of this as Nemo Nation gets underway with Chris Jolly, Operation Roger, and Jamie Jones. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Hey guys, by the way, you should go listen to us on iHeart. You can check us out on YouTube and all the other places you're listening this morning, or where places that you are making FaceTime. See what I did there. RadioNemo.com is the place to be. Please get subscribed as we head into 2026. It is underway. We are past the midpoint of that. We are now a month away, less than a month away from Mardi Gras Day. I got to tell you, man, despite the fact that January has 57 days, we might get through it in one piece. I will say this too, though. This is one of the fastest Januaries I've ever experienced, man. It is moving.
Yeah, it is really moving.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, and people say, well, that's all relative. I got to tell you, it is moving, because there have been a couple of Januaries where it's been like, will this month ever end? Not this one. Now, I probably just slowed it down by saying that, but this never slows down. Nemo Nation is fast. It's furious. We pack a lot of guests in. We have about 13 guests today, and we got to get to them. So, Dre, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Chris Jolly, hashtag TheFreightCoach, and host of hashtag TheFreightCoach podcast. You can go to TheFreightCoach.com. Dave, would you care to do the introductions?
Well, we want to welcome Chris back because when we started our startup back in June of last year, in that first month, Chris joined us there. He's been with us a couple more times, and here he is again in the new year. Chris, good morning and welcome back. It's good to have you.
Hey, good morning. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to come back on.
Well, we're here. We're in the new year, and of course, we're going to do the new year thing. But anything you want to say about 25 before we kind of flip the page here? And what is your main focus going to be for the first few weeks, first quarter?
I'm going to keep running the same play we ran last year. You know, I think that at times it's easy to focus on what's wrong externally as opposed to focus on what you're doing internally to keep progressing your business forward. And we're going to run the same play in 2026 from a business development standpoint that we did in 2025.
Talk a little bit about that, by the way. So if you're sitting down with people who are seeking your services, seeking your advice, trying to head in the right direction, I come to you and say, hey, man, I'm a little bit lost. 2025 knocked me for a loop. You seem to be on top of the situation. Tell me where to go and how to do this moving forward. What do you do?
I think you got to start by stopping doing what you know isn't working. I think that everybody knows that they're consuming their time with stuff that isn't actually revenue producing activities. I don't know any business owner or any operator in freight who isn't actively looking to increase their book of business. And I think they know exactly what they're not doing, and they need to start by doing that. And again, like I think too many people jump in and try and do too much too soon. It's just like New Year's resolutions, right? Everybody starts out, I got to lose 50 pounds in 30 days. They stop eating and they just completely throw themselves off course, where it's like, hey, why don't we focus on some small digestible bites? If you've never been making cold calls for the last 2 years, maybe just start with making 5. Make 5 a day every day for about 30 days, and then increase that effort a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the thing about cold calls. I'm, talking here with Chris Jolly, Dave, Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau are all joining us this morning as we talk about this. Cold calls are an interesting kind of situation for a lot of people because a lot of people don't understand that failure is an option and a consistent thing until it's not. That if you're making 10 phone calls and you're getting 1 positive response, you're actually on the right track, correct?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I make 30 cold calls every single day. In all reality, you're lucky to get 5 people to actually answer the phone out of those 30. And, if you're going to get past any of them, I will say this. If you are practicing your pitch, if you actually believe in the service you're providing, everybody who answers the phone, like I would say 99.9% of people are cordial. They're not going to be your best friend, but they're cordial.
I want to kind of throw this out there too. This is for fun, by the way. And this is what I get on a lot of people's case, people I've worked with in the past, people who have come to me for advice. And I will always tell them that RadioNemo.com is a place for fun, fact, and fellowship. We have one show on Monday called Nemo Nation that welcomes about 12 to 14 movers and shakers in the transportation industry. After that, we have a show Tuesday through Friday that deals with making a living, and then the second half of it deals with having a lifestyle worth actually paying for. And the combination of those 3 shows, along with our lifestyle show, We Should Write, kind of give people a fabric by which they can survive on the road and get the information they need. I practice that on a regular basis, as you probably can tell. And one of the things that I think that you actually can kind of reinforce for our listeners out there, Chris, is that it's not a waste of time to repetitively repeat the information that you need to get out there, so that each time you do it, it gets a little bit better and you understand what doesn't work and what does. And that's one of the big things I think fails people. They get one bad call, one wall they run into, and want to immediately try something else, correct?
Oh, 100% correct. It happens. I would say out of the last 6 months, there was 5 calls that like somebody was visibly upset with me and hung up the phone, or, whatever, just the typical, response that people dread. And I honestly laugh. Like if somebody hangs up on me, I laugh, because I'm like, man, I actually kind of feel bad for you. If you're that upset by somebody calling you, man, I hope you figure out whatever else is going on in your life.
That's a good point, by the way, too. And that's really about one of the kind of mindful attitudes you can take is I always assume it's not about me until it actually is. And one of the craziest parts about that is that a lot of times people don't want the phone call because it reminds them of what they're not doing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's as simple a matter as that, right? I mean, you make that phone call and the person really just balls you out. What they're really saying is, I should be making phone calls like this guy. I should be doing that. Or some other part of their bad day where they do some really bad customer service kind of stuff, not knowing who they're talking to. But it really is, I've said that if you're not willing to make a fool out of yourself, you will make a fool out of yourself. I don't know if you agree with that, but that's kind of my attitude, that if you're not willing to kind of put yourself in a situation where you fail, where you get told no, then you're not going to have any success.
I agree with that as well. I mean, that's why I've been able to do almost 1,400 podcasts, right? Like I didn't know what I was doing when I was starting all of this stuff out. It just takes a lot of repetition. It takes a lot of people not engaging and not being interested, but like, that should also be a reason why you continue, because all the insecurities you hold about yourself, everybody else isn't thinking about you. They're thinking about themselves, right? So like if you have a bad call or you release a bad piece of content or a bad podcast, or like they're not thinking about it, man. They got 87 other things in their own life that they're worried about, not what you may or may not have said on a call.
Yeah, and by the way, just to kind of let people know, we are actually reading comments as well. By the way, our good friend Chowder wants to know, Dre, if in fact, if you're saying it's cold out there, does that mean it's 60 degrees? I mean, after all, we live in the South. Wanted to kind of drop that in. What's the weather like for you right now?
To me.
Yeah. What's the weather like for you right now? Where are you talking to us from?
I'm talking from Phoenix, Arizona. So it's cold overnight, but it'll be like 75 during the day. And by cold, I mean it was like 45 degrees overnight last night.
It was desert cold. I mean, it was desert cold. Basically, all the heat just kind of drains off the top. And there have been a number of our drivers out there who are, in fact, enjoying the fact that they're either headed to California or the American Southwest. Jay's got a question for you.
Oh, I just wondered, it's a lot harder to do what you are saying to do than a lot of folks realize. It's harder to break old habits than incorporate new ones. Is that where most people that you talk to kind of get caught up in? They just don't know how to make that first step. They want to make it. They don't know which direction to step in first, and they're not willing to say the first step is the one that counts, and what happens after that should be okay because I'm heading in the right direction, and I'm probably heading in the wrong direction right here, Chris.
No, I think that what you're saying is right. I think so many people disregard what they know they should be doing for so long. And I'm putting Chris Jolly at the front of that line because that was the overwhelming majority of my life. And I realized that small steps forward were very beneficial. And you're not going to become a millionaire overnight. You're not going to lose 30 pounds overnight. It takes a lot of unwinding of bad habits. And you need to focus on that next step forward and just focus on your day at hand, right? Like just make a couple of calls. Just do something different than what you were doing that you know isn't working.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is too, as we go back to this, is like, I made a decision talking about weight loss that I would not try to lose, 30 pounds in 30 days. I'm not in bad shape, but I wanted to get a little bit better, and I made a decision that rather than going like on some kind of sugar crash out diet or some nonsense, I made the decision that for, you'll love this, October, November, and December, rather than try to like avoid eating during Halloween, Thanksgiving, or Christmas, I would simply eat well not then, if that makes any sense. So that literally the week of Christmas, the week of Thanksgiving, both became cheat weeks in an otherwise pretty disciplined schedule. And that kind of puts you in a position that sometimes incremental excellence, doing the same thing every day and doing it a little bit better, is something you can check back on in 3 to 6 months rather than trying to turn the whole thing around. And I think you hit the nail on the head. I think people let the small stuff go for so long that they end up despondent. And I want to give you the last word because we got to get out of here, and then we're going to promote some stuff of yours.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you need to give yourself a little bit of grace when you're starting out as well, because you're unwinding a very complex ball to get things going. And it's like, if you have a bad day, I will leave people with this. Just don't let one bad day turn into two. And as long as you can do that over an extended period of time, I think you'll start achieving the progress that you're setting out for.
We're out of time, by the way. Chris Jolly has joined us on the rapid fire section of Nemo Nation. Guys, I want you to go to TheFreightCoach.com. TheFreightCoach.com. That has a double meaning to it, of course, as you're probably noticing. Go check out the podcast. Go check out the information. Chris, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
All right.
That song can be sung in any language. That's what I love about it. Sue Wiese is going to be joining us here momentarily. In fact, the moment has passed. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning.
Hey, it's great to talk to you again. It's been a long time. Sue Wiese is the founder and director of Operation Roger. And if you're not familiar, she's going to kind of clue you in here pretty quick, but I know a lot of folks out there on the road know about Operation Roger, Sue. But Operation Roger is a nonprofit organization, and they work with truckers and use trucks to transport pets. And that's sort of like the opening statement, but kind of dig into that, Sue, and tell us what it's all about.
Operation Roger Truckers Pet Transport It's just a volunteer organization of drivers who love pets and want to see the ones who have new homes to go to help get them there. And they put them in the cab of the truck, treat them as their own, and give them that TLC and a hitchhike on down the road to their new destination.
Sue, let's go back a little bit in time. I'd love to hear the origin story. I mean, it's a great project. It's a great program. It's a great idea. When did you come up with it?
It was in September of '05, right after Katrina. You remember listening to all the horror stories. And
I lived it.
Yeah, you did down there. But it was just horrifying. You want to help, but you can't. And it was just an idea that popped in my head that wasn't, it's not mine. I will admit that it was, I asked the Lord, what can I do? I'm just a truck driver, and he told me to transport, and I thought he'd lost his mind. But it took me a couple of weeks to get the nerve enough to call into what was then the Satellite Cowboy, and shock them enough with the request to for drivers to transport that it was all silence on the radio, and that I thought, oh boy, what have I done now? Just started from there. I had 12 calls to return after that first interview with Bill, and it just went from there. It's just drivers who love pets and want to see them get to their new destinations. Some of them are rescues, some are reunions, just all different reasons that these pets are needing a transport.
And I would imagine that there's probably several, well, everybody's an individual, but do you have drivers who have come back and have been like regular transporters through the years, Sue?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, figured as much, yeah.
They're the ones that, the core of the group that just want to stay involved and do what they can when they can. We have so many more requests for help than what we have drivers to help with. And that's what we're needing is just someone who really, really wants to help a pet. And you don't have one on board all the time. It might be back to back, and you won't have another one for months. It all depends upon where you are and where the pet's going, and it's all along the route of the trucker, so it has to be on their time frame and route. It's a logistical nightmare, just put it frankly.
Yeah, and I've used this expression before, but I think it's much better put here. You're really kind of looking for that needle in the haystack, too, because everything has to be done right before it can even be done at all. In other words, it has to all be planned out, and you have to be going in the right place, no last-minute changes. And also, I just want to point out before we won't forget, Roger is not just a name picked out of the book of boys' names. Roger was your dog, and you can see his picture on the website. So if you're nothing more than curious to see who was Roger, well, there's Roger right there on the website, and that might get you started. I'll bet, too, that you say pet lovers, but there are so many drivers. And I remember going back to the 70s, Sue, where I'd get calls from guys who say, well, the company has got a new no pet policy, so I quit. Can't take their pets with them on the truck. They'll quit a job. They used to quit jobs like that. So I would imagine that guys who don't have pets on the truck operate with you too, huh?
Oh yeah, you can have one or not. It doesn't really matter. We just looking for that driver who really, really loves the pets and wants to help. And to be available, stay available.
OperationRoger.rescuegroups.org. OperationRoger.rescuegroups.org is where you should go. So you need drivers.
No, I'm sorry, but that got out there, and that is not correct anymore. It's just OperationRoger.com.
OperationRoger.com. That makes it a lot easier. OperationRoger.com. Well,
Okay.
that's why we do it. Thank you so much. Okay, so you need drivers. What else do you need?
Oh, there's another way. If you're not a driver, you can be at home and be what we call a layover home. That is someone who, ideally, one driver picks up and delivers. The next is to driver, so we call that repower. The third is that one driver picks up and they can't deliver, but another driver can meet them. They can't meet, but yet we have an open area that we can park a pet temporarily with someone at home to take care of them until the second driver can come through and pick up the pet and take it on.
I have some interesting news for you, by the way. I just want to let you know. If you type in Operation Roger If you type in OperationRoger.com, you get a Hasbro website. If you type in the original one that I said, let me just see here 1 second. I'm trying. I'm trying here, guys. Just want to make sure the website is correct. We got to get this.
It is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
I've
done it.
The other one takes you there too.
Yeah,
by the way.
Either
The other
one will
takes
take you there.
Either one will take you there.
Sue, I'm so glad that it doesn't have to be that long thing because I'm thinking, man, I don't want to type all of that out. But OperationRoger.com is it. It takes you straight back to the same webpage, so that is good. And thanks for the clarification on that. Because there's a lot of typing.
And by the way, the really good news is that you guys can also make donations. They depend upon individual donations. If you guys can't help in the ways that Sue needs you, you can also keep them in clover, and that's a really good thing. Sue, it's nice to meet you. We gotta shuffle off this radio coil with you, but Happy New Year and welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're going to be getting Jamie Jones on here in just a moment as, of course, Nemo Nation continues to rumble, bumble, and stumble its way across the highways and byways of this great nation. Dave, did you guys ever, I know Amy owns dogs, but did you guys ever own a dog?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Several through the years. And Cheryl's talking about, she's talking more and more about getting another dog.
Well, what kind of dogs have you owned?
It's going to be small indoor dog.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Any kind in particular?
Not really. Just no. Whatever hits us.
Let me dig deep here a little bit and get your thoughts on this. Get you talking a little bit here. So, what kind of dogs did you have in the past?
Well, we had Schnauzer, a miniature Schnauzer.
Mm-hmm.
You have your miniature and the standard, and then the giant Schnauzer. They are not related. Isn't that funny?
Right.
They look the same. They look like bigger or smaller versions of themselves, but they're not the same. And we had a horrible beagle that probably rivaled Snoopy. You know, Schultz had a dog named Snoopy. It was a beagle. It was a horrible dog, and he got rid of him, and then he became a superstar of animated cartoons.
Well, he created the dog that he thought he was
created
getting.
the dog he was getting. We thought we were getting one in Sadie, too, and she was horrible. And Claire Marie was the problem because she did not like Claire. As a baby.
As a baby? Yeah, that's a good reason to get rid of a dog, by the way. Instantaneously, by the way. I got to tell you, the number of people who have tried to, it is like the most insane thing, watching people try to navigate that. It's like, there's nothing to navigate here.
Mm-hmm.
Dog's got to go. Moment a child shows up, if the dog does not like the child, dog's got to go. There's no well, I really love this dog. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
You had a baby. Get rid of the dog.
Claire Marie, when she was a little girl, a tiny little girl, she used to, we would hide her under a blanket in the living room, and then Roscoe would be someplace else. Where's Amy? Where's Amy? And he'd go running all over the place, and he'd find her underneath the blanket and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Got to go. Got to go. If you don't like little kids, you got to go. You got to go.
do.
So you're going to get a house dog, a little tiny house dog, any breeds in particular, or just whatever?
Whatever, yeah.
Are you ready to do that?
No. She is, but I ain't.
Well, I mean, that's the thing too, though. I mean, people. I mean, it's like I know Cheryl pretty well, and there's, I mean, you can always talk to Cheryl and be like, you are more than welcome to have a dog. I've done that with Claire on occasion, where it's been like, I would like to get this kind of pet. You should get that kind of pet. Do never ask me to take care of that kind of pet.
I was at the Expediter Expo one year. I think it was the one south of Detroit, and I can't remember the little town now. It was a big, the Detroiter truck stop was where it was under a tent. And there was a lady, husband-wife team. They were expediters. They had a Class 7. And I want to say 6, but I'll drop that back to 4. But I think it was 6 small little Chihuahuas in the cab, in that truck, in the sleeper area, and she had her little kennels all lined up there. Mm-hmm. You didn't know there was anything in there in terms of smells or anything like that. It was unbelievable how efficiently she transported these dogs, and how it was cool, really cool.
Well, you know what? We got a chance over the Christmas break to avoid the gunfight at the OK Corral with the people who were renting our home down the block, because as you know, I went over there and issued an ultimatum. I went over there and the place smelled like dog, and it smelled like cat, and I kept thinking about Claire's beautiful home that Claire worked so hard on making nice. And I walked in, I said, the next time we come, the garden better be in order and the house better not smell like animals. And if it does, there's nothing more I can do for you. And we walked in there, and it's amazing, especially when you don't have carpeted floors. You can do it.
Yeah.
And even if you have carpeted floors or a carpeted car, you can do it. It is something you got to stay on top of, and you've got to accept the responsibility. But you can do it without all those smells that often go along with it. But I'll tell you that, man, it's like one of the biggest turnoffs you can. I walk into your house and it smells like a cat's, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm done.
Yeah.
It is like one of the most depressing things ever, because you know people get that cat. What is it called? Nose death? What is it called?
Oh, nose blind.
Yeah. You end up smell blind, and it's like the worst thing in the world. We're not blind to you guys on the chat, by the way. Kilroy70 says, howdy, Sue. Joe J says, 24, feels like 16, north of Nashville. That's been the big thing about this cold front, by the way. What it says it is and what it feels like are not the same thing. Of course, our good friend Chowder says, good morning, family from the Black Hills of South Dakota. Warm clothes required. Trucker Boson has joined the conversation. Good morning, Nemo Nation. Good morning back to you, my friend. The Paranormal Pie Man does not say yo. He says,
yo, moo.
I said it does not say yo. You gotta get on top of that.
Sorry, man.
And chicken fingers, by the way. I'm not sure what that means, Jerry.
It was in reference to another story that you were talking about earlier. The malicious wounding.
Oh, the malicious wounding, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you who are just catching up with the malicious wounding, this is one of the strangest stories we've gotten for the year. Jamie Jones, we're having a problem getting through to her. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to end up dragging her on the air when we have a little bit of dead time at the end of the show. The Caroline County Sheriff's Office is investigating an altercation at the fuel pumps at a Flying J truck stop that left a man with a serious injury this week, and what an injury it is, by the way. This happened at 5 p.m. on January the 13th. What the CCSO was responding to was at the Flying J Travel Center, and this is over in Rogers Clark Boulevard in Ruther Glen, Virginia. There was an assault on the fuel island. They found an adult male on the scene lying on the ground, having suffered the loss of the upper portion of his right ring finger as a result of the altercation. Do you know where your mind has to be to bite somebody's finger off?
Wow.
Do you know where your brain has to be to actually do that, by the way? The investigation revealed that it began as a verbal dispute. It didn't begin with a finger biting. What are you doing? Between multiple individuals at the fuel pumps, which escalated into a physical confrontation between two adult males. I am willing to bet that whatever happened between those folks involved a lot more people who then, when somebody got their finger bit off, all ran for cover. I don't want any part of that stuff right there. So during the altercation, the victim's finger was bitten, resulting in traumatic injury. The police found the severed portion of the victim's finger on the asphalt near the fuel pumps, by the way. That's a story to tell. If they sew that back on, what happened to your finger? Somebody bit it off.
Yeah.
There was no verbal altercation first, just biting off the fingers. The victim and the severed finger, of course, were put into an ambulance and transported to a nearby hospital. Witnesses attempted to intervene in the altercation and separate the two males involved. I wonder if maybe they pulled him too fast and the finger came off.
Oh, boy.
Possible.
Witness interference.
After reviewing the video evidence, they took statements from witnesses. They have video of this. Deputies arrested Dedrick McGuire, 54, of Bristow, Oklahoma, on the charge of malicious wounding. By the way, is it Paul Monkey? Paul Monkey Regional Jail, Pamunkey, asking for a friend.
Paul Monkey.
Is it Paul Monkey? Pamunkey? Or Paul Monkey. I think it probably is Paul Monkey.
Paul Monkey. Yeah.
Probably Paul Monkey.
Yeah.
After being booked into the Paul Monkey Regional Jail, McGuire was released on secure bond. I got to tell you, dude, I don't know if I'd release anybody biting off fingers. The incident remains under investigation. If you have any information, any of our friends at Nemo Nation out there listening, you were actually part of that group of people that tried to break them up, or maybe you started the fight, you might want to give these folks a call. It's the CCSO, and by the way, they have that. The CCSO on all their socials has that posted, by the way. Have you ever gotten in a fight at a gas station, Dave?
No, I have not, actually.
And what about you, Dre? Ever gotten in a fight at a gas station?
Ooh, give me details on a fight. Are we talking about like me yelling at someone or just like fisticuffs?
Yelling at somebody.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, I grew up in Louisiana. Come on. What do you mean? That's a Tuesday.
I almost got in a fight on the street the other day. I'll tell you about it on the other side of the break, by the way.
Perfect.
We got to take one here. Guys, go to truckdown.com. They've been serving people since 97, 50 states, 8 provinces. Get out of the ditch, get back on the road, find yourself a provider to help you get to the next destination point. Nemo Nation continues. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe over there. Keep on listening on iHeart. Hope you're joining us over there or yakking it up on YouTube. We'll be right back after these messages.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It's 3 degrees, by the way, on I-294. Yuck, as the paranormal pilot. He swapped out the yo for a moo and the yo for a yuck. 3 degrees on I-294. And without getting into the politics of it, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be straight up editorial here. We're not going to ask poor Rico about this next, or any of you guys out there about this next. I hope Minnesota gets hit by the coldest cold front of all time today. I hope they drop it into -0 temperatures without wind chill factor. I hope it keeps everybody, and I mean everybody, off the street. I really do. Give us a call if you want to. You can drop in on any guest as well. But I now, speaking of guests, have to turn to my friend Phone Master Andre Thibodeau of the Louisiana Thibodeaus, now in Mississippi, and say, take us away.
Rico Mohammed is joining us again. Welcome back, Rico. Rico is the co-host of Rates and Lanes podcast and the owner and operator of Crescent Carriers, a trucking company founded back in 2010. Hey, Rico, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
So far, so good. My finger's not cut off, so I'm doing fine. Here we were just talking about an altercation at a truck stop where one of the guys wound up with a finger bitten off by the other guy. So that's the way we started off our day here this morning. So here we are in 2026, and whole new ball game, 250th anniversary of America. So we got some foundational things to kind of build on, I guess, in terms of motivation and patriotism. But what's on your big checklist this morning?
Going into 2026, I am cautiously optimistic that we are finally starting to turn this curve when it comes to the great freight recession, or the rates recession, however you want to call it.
Yeah, really. Pick a name,
it's been 3 long years of not only small guys like myself, but even major carriers. I mean, you've seen the shutdown of a lot of companies over the past 3 years, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we are getting ready to get into an era where things are starting to maybe normalize.
Yeah, and that normalization, by the way, is something that, like I said, I made the joke with Dean last week. Dean Croke and I were talking about this, where we feel like if you hung around, if you somehow managed to be one of the last people standing, I think the people who have remained in the market have found a level of stability. Let me ask you that question as well. What are you seeing directly? What are you seeing directly that suggests to you that maybe, while we're not going to start growing, that things have genuinely stabilized?
Well, I gotta tip the hat to the administration's FMCSA director. DOT director, Secretary Duffy, and those guys up there. I think he's probably been the most consequential person in that position since I've been in the industry. And I got into the industry way back in 2003. So it's the things that they are implementing with the enforcing the English language proficiency and the trying to curtail some of the non-domicile CDL driving, I think it is really starting to have an effect. I am in the reefer segment, temperature control segment of the industry, and I operate primarily in the Southeast. And I'm definitely have seen since I'll say September, I definitely have seen rates, especially on the spot market, increase. I've seen a lot more of stabilization when it comes to when you just look at the seasonality of, if you've been doing this for a while, you know when the rates are supposed to kind of creep up a little bit, just based off the season. And over the past 3 years, the rates have been severely depressed. And now it's starting to get back to a little bit of a normal, balancing itself out.
Rates, well said, Rico, and I followed that. I'm going to kind of twist that up just a little bit, probably. Okay, so capacity has a direct effect on rates, up or down. I don't know, and I don't know if anybody really knows when the smoke clears how much real capacity is going to be, I'll say, lost in terms of the non-domicile, the bad CDLs, stuff like that. It'll be something, but probably not as much as we think, because it never is, And down here in New Orleans, when they say it's going to freeze tonight, it may get to 38, 39, They always kind of hedge that bet. So how much hedge betting do you think we're seeing now in terms of the capacity relief you might get from getting these bad actors off the road? And boy, that's a horrible way to put it, but I guess that's the only way to put it at this point.
No, I think that's the best way to put it, because it's really there are bad actors out here, and I think that I'm hoping that I've seen projections as much as 200,000 drivers.
I know,
I don't know if we're going to get that many off the road.
Exactly.
But at least in the short term, right now, it definitely, I'm seeing an effect, and I'll give you an example of that. I'm based out of Atlanta, Georgia. I have normally in normal times, year round, because Atlanta's kind of a hub city, I could post my truck and my phone would ring off the hook. Over the past 3 years, when I would post my truck, if I was moving a spot market load, I wouldn't get a phone call. I would have to call brokers and deal with them on their posted rate that they have on load boards if I was trying to move a spot market rate. And it was very little negotiation being taking place. It was either pretty much take it or leave it, or you might be able to get a couple of $100 more out of the broker if you had a relationship with them. Now, that conversation and tone has completely changed. It is, please, whatever it takes, what would it take for you to do this load? And now it's back to if you post your truck on the spot market, at least out of the Atlanta market, your phone is about to melt in your hand from brokers calling you, which is a direct correlation showing that the supply and demand is definitely in the favor of the carriers.
Seeing is believing, yeah, that's for sure. You don't know how long something is going to last, but to reverse that, then everything would have to be reversed. They'd have to say, hey, you know what we said about getting non-domiciled illegal CDs off the road? Forget about that. That was a good idea, but so that's not going to happen. So evidently what you're seeing now should be pretty well sustainable, you think?
Yeah, and that's where my optimism comes from. That's where I feel like that we're getting ready to get back into an age of where we're going to maybe see truck drivers and companies be profitable once again. Because the past 3 years, a lot of companies and owner operators have been operating on razor thin margins, if not have been losing a little bit on every load.
One of the things traditionally, well, I don't want to use the word traditionally, historically, I'll say instead, and I'm going back, through my whole career here, so early 70s on through to today. Maintenance is the first thing that goes off the door.
Absolutely.
Okay, you hear where I'm going here. And then when maintenance goes, then safety goes. Do you, and the folks that you've been talking, you talk to everybody, so, and I'm not talking about your own operation, but overall, do you see that people falling into that again, or are we kind of staying above water in that regard to some degree?
I'm starting to see, especially on the smaller guys. I'm not sure on the big fleet level, but the smaller guys are trying their best to keep up with maintenance by doing it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that's sometimes runs into a situation where you get off of work, but then you're still working because you're still working on the truck.
Exactly.
And that is you don't have any time off or any time for yourself. Which some people love that aspect of it. They love tinkering and doing their own stuff, but a lot of times it runs into a problem.
Yeah, you need more than a toolbox too, don't you? Because everything is so computerized. Obviously, that some of the test gear you need to buy would cost more than having somebody else fix it sometimes. So you kind of get into all of that as well. And not being able to handle you have to go out and buy something to fix something is what I'm trying to say, and then you're probably only going to use it once.
Right, and like I said, I don't know as far as the big fleets are concerned. They, I've heard that bigger fleets have kind of started putting off different things when it comes to maintenance, but the small guys have to get out here and try to tinker with it. And if it's something, because the rates have been so depressed, you're not able to keep up with the rising cost of not only the rising cost of the shop rates, the parts, and everything else, because we are probably about, I'm going to estimate around 40 cents less than what we should be per mile when it comes to keeping up with inflation and everything else.
Okay, 40 cents. I'm writing that down, and I'm going to. When we talk again throughout the year, we'll see how that pans out from January of 26 on through maybe to June, September, November. See how that 40 cents holds up. Now, is that personal, or is that again a conglomerate or a compilation of some of the folks you've talked to, and is 40 cents kind of in the neighborhood, so to speak, of the folks that you deal with?
I'm thinking 40 cents is in the neighborhood for everybody.
Yeah, okay. Got it. Well, that's a lot of money.
Yes.
That's a lot of money. Yeah, that pays for everything.
It adds up quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Got something cooking this week that's pretty exciting? You got some travel plans, so to speak?
Not really. I plan on taking a cruise Super Bowl weekend. Me and the wife are going to jump on a cruise, but nothing too much more exciting than that.
Oh man, that sounds real good. Heading out to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir. Hopefully, they don't tear anything up too much before we get down there.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty cold in Atlanta right now. I know that for sure.
It definitely is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, any last words for folks out there? You want to plug the podcast a little bit?
Absolutely. If you guys please would do us a huge favor, tune in to the Rates and Lanes podcast. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, or anywhere you find your podcast. We try to talk to the industry from a perspective of the small guy and try to give updates as far as rates are concerned, where you might be able to find good markets to put your trucks, and just overall trucking industry, the current events and current affairs of the trucking industry as a whole.
Got it. And a shout out to your co-host, of course, our dear friend Chuck Snow.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuck is a diamond in the industry, and we're lucky to have him.
Absolutely. Well, you are too, my friend. Rico, Mohammed, as always, thank you so much for being with us here this morning. Looking forward to talking to you and Chuck again real soon.
All right. Appreciate it, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
Was saying, and we shift gears a little bit. By the way, today is a creepy day. Baltimore did not make the playoffs, but at least they get to celebrate the reason the team has a name. The Ravens, by the way, and the man who actually created the name, the Raven, for the team was born on this day. Today's the birthday of Edgar Allan Poe, which is one of the coolest, I think. I know it's going to break Michael Freeze's heart, me bringing up the Ravens, but at least you guys made the playoffs. It wasn't the playoffs that you wanted, though, was it, my friend?
No, it wasn't. It was, going into that wild card game, I thought it was going to be a celebration, but I walked into a funeral procession. So
yeah, I think Who'd have thought that on the sidelines at the end of that game that the Ravens and the Steelers played the last game of the season, that Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh would be actually talking to each other as the head coach of the Steelers and the Ravens for the last time ever. Mr. Harbaugh, of course, has made his way over to the Giants. Big deal over there. I think they're going to be winners pretty darn quickly. We'll see what the future holds for Tomlin, but the word is he don't want any more part of coaching. And from what we understand from the Rooney family, he'd been talking about this for a while. This was not a surprise to them as it was to a lot of other people. What are your thoughts about the future of Mike Tomlin? Is Michael Freeze, by the way, veteran of the publishing industry, veteran of the trucking industry and transportation industry, and veteran, of course, of Transport Topics, joins us this morning. What are your thoughts about Tomlin moving forward?
I think Tomlin is going to. Well, first he's definitely going to take this year off. But I honestly think that it's over. I've heard through Donde Barber, the Hall of Famer. He vacations with Tomlin quite often, and he had said that he was thinking about this being his last year before the season even started. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if Tomlin never coaches again. I mean, if he does, I think he'll go to college. I think he'll go back to William and Mary or something like that. But I think he's done with the NFL for the most part. And if he's associated with it, it'll probably be on TV. But yes. I went through the 5 stages of grief when Tomlin announced that he was leaving. So clear-headed thinking-wise, I think he's done.
Yeah, and I also think that a lot of people are going to find out, as Saints fans did until we finally got the right coach again, they're going to find out that it ain't as easy as you think. And there's a lot of people who pretend to know what they're talking about when it comes to football and transportation and a lot of other things who often get hit in the face by the shovel of reality. I'm just hoping that the Rooneys, who have proven themselves to be masterful at finding people who are not only just good for coaching but culture, actually are able to find somebody there. That's enough of that. How you doing, Michael? Welcome back as always. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well, Jimmy. It's been a great year so far, even though it's 19 days in. We're still doing good.
Let me just kind of ask you this, and then Dave's got some stuff for you as well too. I just want to start off by saying what is the topic that most concerns you that you're looking at for this year?
Well, the topic is, I mean, to be honest, Jimmy, I think that we're going to be looking a lot more into alternative fuels, just in the sense of what is happening with the green gas house regulations that are going on right now. So I think that for the industry, leaning into alternative fuels and even autonomous vehicles is probably going to be the center point, this early into the year. We went to the CES. Well, Transport Topics was at the CES event the prior week, and there was just a lot of talk and maneuvering, and how this current administration is going to go forth with electric vehicles and vehicles that's using alternative fuels and autonomous vehicles. So I think the industry is going to manage a pivot. What that pivot may be, we do not know, but there seems to be a shift that's going to go on to position themselves for the future, which will probably involve electric vehicles and alternative fuels. So it's kind of the space that I'm watching right now.
There seems to be, there's always a few things that get in the way that slow things down, and it seems when it comes to the dissemination of electric vehicles, Michael, it seems like there's been a few things that have speeded things up, and it's coming faster than we might think. There's a couple of other things, though. I'm looking at the ttnews.com web page right now, and they're not up yet, but you have a feature coming out today about nearshoring and reshoring and how that will play into cross-border trade. What's don't give the story away, but what's one highlight out of that?
One of the things is just the realization of, number one, the position that we're in due to, tariffs and the trade agreement, the trade agreements that are going on right now, with the U.S., Mexico, and Canada to a certain extent. But what this TT feature explains is just how the nearshoring and reshoring efforts of companies. It's not. I mean, the activity is happening, but the results are going to take a while to show up, maybe in the next 3 or 5 years. And what we're doing in this article is just to show that dynamic and just really go into closely how that's going to affect cross-border services and warehouse capacity when it comes to these logistic firms who are having these customers who had done business in China, who is now moving to Mexico or near places, especially places near the American border. So we were just this feature is just a glimpse of how that particular process is going through these trucking companies. And we spoke to C.H. Robinson and XPO, just some of the things that they're doing, the services that they're adding to their customers who are moving their warehouse space from a place that may have been in Asia or in Europe to now a place that's close to this particular continent of North America.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And when you're talking about moving, nearshoring and reshoring, warehousing and stuff like that, that's a pretty flat out obvious thing. You work in conjunction with transportation and you get it all squared away. But my concern is, what are we going to do when we have to start making this stuff over here? First, we got to find the land to build the buildings, and we got to build the buildings, and then we have to outfit the buildings, and then we have to hire people and train, then hire people to make the stuff. So we're talking about, to me, it seems at this point like a generational shift. I think reshoring is more generational than it is like next quarter kind of stuff. How far off am I on that?
No, you're not far off on that at all, Jimmy. I'm sorry, Dave.
That's okay. People get us mixed up all the time.
I know. One of the things, Dave, is that it's like I mentioned before, this is a very long process, and definitely since we had a time when businesses were moving out of the U.S. to for cheaper labor in other countries, and now we have this effort to bring it back in, and that the analogy often uses you can't unring that bell, or you can't put the paste back into the tube, those particular things. I mean,
yeah.
It's not technically impossible, but that reversal is going to take time, and like you said, it will be a generational thing, and there are things that could run into the way of that, being geopolitical fears and certain events, So I mean, you can just talk about what happened in South Georgia with the Hyundai plant, with those things going on there, and just sort of that activity, and just kind of how those little small microaggressions can can cause, a ripple effect when it comes to our supply chain. So, right now, I think maybe the industry, especially in this country as a whole, is realizing that the strain that is on supply chains right now, and as this the TT article kind of touches upon, it's that moment of realizing, there needs to be a course correct in some way, and where that might be. The time will tell, but there is a shift happening for businesses moving closer. So, but what that outcome would be and what that process may look like. I mean, what you described, Dave, was perfectly well. But how that's going to be when you get down into the trenches and what's going to happen, especially when you talk about a generational time period, which is like maybe 15, 20 years. There's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot of momentum that needs to be ushered in. So, it's a big question mark there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going, I'm just going to do it anyway. I remember when talking about driver compensation was pretty much an argument whether we should use Household Mover's Guide or Hub Miles. It's like, okay, which one of those is going to work? And then you get into the mid 80s or so, and folks start talking about salaries and hourly pay and stuff like that. Driver compensation, you guys are doing a deep dive coming out next Monday, and at ATA, you've already started the survey for the 2026 driver compensation study. Is Hub Miles versus Household Movers Guide, is that kind of out the window now? And is the emphasis on more stabilized salary / hourly / wage kind of payment scales?
That's a very great question. The thing about that is, I mean, you were just touching upon it earlier on the previous subject when it comes to a generational type of thinking when it comes to trucker pay. There's the old guard of the driver, once we've known growing up, is getting, I wouldn't say getting phased out, but there's a new generation that approaches truck driving different than the generations of past, and having companies meet them where they're at when it comes to the hourly pay, when it comes to pay structures that don't penalize drivers for not being on the road through no fault of their own.
Yeah.
I mean, it also just the length of time being on the road. There's certain restructurings that are going on with trucking companies when it comes to meeting those drivers where they're at. I mean, pay is a big part of it, but it's also that feeling of being appreciated, of course. But it's also redefining what a truck driver is in this time. So I mean, it's still the same things. So those guys who are OTR and want to be out there, there's still a place for them. But there's also the reality of how delivery is in this country and what drivers will want, new drivers at least, what new drivers will want and what is actually expected out there. So it's kind of like a balancing act. But I mean, there again, a shift again is amongst us, which definitely when it comes to driver pay and compensation.
Yeah, for sure. The overtime thing, there's a bill in Congress, doesn't have any real support so much, 4 or 5 guys in Congress, that sort of thing. So that's going to be, it's not just a financial change, it's actually a cultural change when you think about it. And we talk, the word culture now has become the byword for trucking. It seems, what kind of a culture does your company have? What's your culture in this market? And pay is a cultural thing. We're not supposed to tell each other what our pay is. You can get fired at some companies if you discuss wages and salaries, that sort of thing. So it kind of stays a little bit under the radar in a sense. And then you have guys who say, well, I don't want to get a salary and make the same thing on a good week as I make on a bad week, because on a bad week I may lose money, but on a good week I really make money. So I'd rather be, that independent streak, I think, still, the independent entrepreneurship idea, even if you don't own the truck, you still kind of can play on that same scale if you go just by miles,
Oh yes. I mean, when you think of that, you think of a Prime and Warner and companies such as that offer that entrepreneurship, that independence, while still being under the umbrella of marketing and physical support for that driver in his business. And that's one thing we're going to touch upon in the deep dive as well next week, where like you said, pay is just one side of it, but you also have trucking companies coming up with incentive programs that have perks that relate to the driver, such as something that incorporates fuel cards, something that incorporates truck stops, and whatever range that can be agreed upon or discussed with these trucking companies. So I mean, there's very innovative ways that trucking companies are trying to entice not only to bring drivers in, but to keep them as well, and incentive packages that really help to make drivers more efficient, be better on the road. So there are rewards and coming into that job when you drive into that cab, because when you're in that cab, you're away from your family for a long period of time. There should be some incentives for those drivers to deliver for that company, and having a perks prize type of incentive. Those things go a long way. So we've talked to some trucking companies and services that do offer some type of incentive programs for their drivers, and for the ones that we spoke to, it's been working pretty well.
And you just ended at the right moment, because we're out of time. That's pretty good timing, Michael. Michael froze at the moment, the perfect moment. All right, so I can't wait to talk to you again, and thank you for being with us as always, Michael.
No problem, guys. Anytime.
Michael Freeze is a regular contributor here on Nemo Nation. Matt Beach is also a regular contributor. Sometimes he gives us $5. Thank you, Matt, by the way. A lot of our friends, the Paranormal Pie Man, are freezing their took-us off out there. Oh, it's a little chilly over in Minnesota, where it is -6, according to Marshall. We'll be back on the other side with a rapid fire, another 3-guest half hour. At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation, by the way, and for those of you who are just dropping in, good morning to you, Marshall. Dropped in a little while ago. We've been very fortunate. They are cutting trees around here, right around the Fastport Studios. By the way, Fastport is making it happen, whether it is giving veterans a purpose-driven life after they've done their service and they want to continue to serve the nation in their own way, whether it is apprenticeship programs or just connecting people with technology. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Our good friend Brad Bentley and his compadres Gina and Dave Harrison are making it happen for us over there. And by the way, it happens really fast and furious here at Nemo Nation. We're going to open up here with Joe Lynch, who is joining us this morning. It is always good to have Joe back on the show. He is the host of the Logistics of Logistics. Good to have you, Joe. Welcome back, as always. We're knee-deep in the middle of it and kind of hurtling through space and time. January is past the halfway point. How are you doing, man?
Doing great. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Thank you guys for having me back.
Oh, you got it, brother. And I'm just going to throw you in the deep end. In regards to what happened last year, what do you see in regards to what is your big takeaway from 2025, and what are you really looking into your own crystal ball at seeing developing over the next 2 to 3 months as the world begins to kind of reshake itself back into logistics life over the next couple of weeks?
Oh, that's a great question. had a miserable year. Just talking to people last year, like you guys, you get a sense for the pulse of the industry when you talk to a lot of people. A lot of companies that I talk to are technology companies who are selling into the trucking and logistics space. And I also talk to the trucking and logistics guys. No one was selling anything because the tech guys can't sell to the trucking companies if there's no money being made. Same with the warehousing. But I like to think things are getting better in 2026. I pay attention to some of the indexes, and I think 2026 will be better than 2025. And I like to think things are getting better, but I stopped trying to predict when we were going to turn this industry around because it's been a long time since we've had a great year.
There seems to have been a blink point. While things are not getting better, we finally have got to a point where the game of chicken of those who actually were hanging around to see if the market would improve, finally we had a shakeout. It seems like we actually got a little bit of capacity out of the situation. And I feel like, and I'm going to throw you my speculation. You tell me what you think of it. I feel like for the people who weathered the storm, it should stabilize for them. But the idea of getting new people into the market or that stabilization becoming something hot is not going to happen. But I do feel like if you're still here and you're not so far underwater you can't breathe, that you're actually going to be okay. It's getting new people in, and the idea of starting your own business this year looks like a long shot. That's my kind of take on it. What do you think?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that at all. And I will say that last year, you guys usually talk about the drivers and the carriers. I think we had 31,000 freight brokerages at its peak. I think they're down to 25,000, and a lot of that business is going to the top companies.
I'm gonna give you something else.
Guy.
I do really think this is a place where AI is. We talk about the impact of AI and the impact of automated vehicles and all kinds of other stuff. I really think that one of the greatest miscalculations about AI is people thought when the idea of automated stuff came in, it would hurt a worker, it hurt a creative. I think who it really hurts is the middle people, especially the smaller managers. Because I got to tell you, I have friends of mine. And I've played with a couple of practical models of this. I have a friend of mine who laid off 2 people, put together a notebook of his entire year plan. He started that about 2 months ago. He is ahead of where he was the previous year. He has simply removed management. He has simply removed tweeners.
Yeah.
And the tweeners are going to get really kicked in the ass unless they really know how to use AI. That's what I'm seeing in regards to AI impact. Wanted to toss that against you, too.
Yeah, well, let me tell you a quick story. I was lucky enough to be at the Trimble conference. I saw Dave Nemo. I waved to him because he was always on air when I went over there. I didn't want to bother him any more than that. But I got to
hate when that happens.
You guys, your neck of the woods. And I did a whole bunch of interviews at the Trimble conference. But the Trimble conference was fantastic. Thank God it was in New Orleans. What a great place to have it.
Oh, it was a great event.
But I interviewed 2 companies. And I'm not going to, I don't work for these companies, but I interviewed 2 companies, Optimal Dynamics and another one which was called Optum. And they use AI, and it's not just AI, it's a whole bit model. But basically they've created a plan for, I should say, a technology for load planners and for dispatchers. And bigger companies, though, is 75 trucks or more. But what they're finding with their tool is, if you're a load planner or dispatcher, you're playing with 1,000 inputs. You got 75, 200 trucks, whatever it is. It's very difficult to keep the drivers moving, which is what the drivers want. It's hard to make money. And it's hard also, of course, to keep the shippers happy. These technologies is a perfect place for AI, and AI is helping these companies kind of do the win-win-win. Better for drivers, better for the carriers, and better for the shippers. And that's what we're looking for. So I think, is it going to eliminate the load planner? No, because he's still got to be there to monitor. We're still going to need dispatchers, load planners. I just think we're going to be doing it better. And these companies say we have a lot less deadhead, we got a lot less drivers waiting around on loads. And I was thinking, we know this from your job here. We can't keep drivers in this business because of the pay variability. We can't keep them because we're not respecting them all the time.
I'm wondering, and this is something I'm really wondering about, if in fact, but of course, management will blow it. They always do. I hate to sound so cynical. There's an opportunity here. Let's say that the people who actually hang on in regards to the people who are monitoring the freight hang on, because I really think that the IRL, what people are doing in the real world in regards to customer relations improves, but it also lets you cut back on that staff. And cutting back on that staff, if the decision is made to reinvest in the drivers, this could really benefit everybody. But if these guys once again are, saying, oh, more money for me, it's actually going to cost, it's the same thing on a different day, which at that point, though, it means that there's another group of people who are now completely focused on you, where you can't complain about your overhead anymore. And I really think we're headed in that direction if we're not careful. There is a best case scenario where they go, you know what, I freed up some money, I can start paying my drivers a little better and taking better care of them. Because I really think the people you're talking about, that we're talking about, who are going to get hit, hitting the short ones, I think the ones that survive are the ones that are going to have those personal skills that a lot of people seem to be lacking in the middle in the transportation industry. And maybe I'm just speculating.
Jimmy, I joke about it, but I don't think it's a complete joke. Let's just say you have some AI and you say, hey, I don't need a marketing team anymore. You're still going to keep your head of marketing, because I can't yell at AI. It doesn't care if I yell at it because it did a bad job.
It'll yell back.
We're always going to have the guys in the middle, because somebody's got to be responsible. But will we need as many? Probably not. And regarding the drivers, this is how I feel about it. If what's happening, and it's not just under Trump, it's also under Biden, we're trying to bring chips home, we're trying to bring manufacturing home. If there's more work here, you're going to have to pay more to drivers. Anybody who's willing to drive a truck is willing to work a hard day. And there's going to be lots of opportunities for those guys. Either you pay them well or they go to another industry.
Yeah, and that's in many ways the bottom line. There it is right there. And the other thing too, by the way, I got to tell you my favorite AI story. So I know a lot about marketing, I know a lot about imaging. That's something that I actually am proud of. Like, everybody's got their area of specialties. As a joke, I asked AI to come up with a marketing plan for RadioNemo. Just said, I'm going to do it. But then I added the wrinkle where I said, and I want you to layer in French situationist theory, which, by the way, I'm not going to get into that. I said, layer that in, by the way, because, by the way, it's very applicable to marketing. If you know anything about, highfalutin stuff.
I don't know anything about that.
It's really, really cool. And what it tells me, I love this, the AI says, of course, and it went through some scenarios using French situationist theory. But then it gets to the main event, it says, of course, you realize that since you are talking about French situationist theories, there are elements inside of my recommendation that you deliberately must ignore. And I went, this thing is so evil and it's so right. Joe, we're out of time. And once again, we got you on for the new year just to say hello again. We're going to bring you on for a longer half hour at some point. Claire will reach out. We'll get that set up. Tell people where they can go to find out more about you, and then we're going to get you out of here.
Well, if you type in the logistics of logistics, you'll find us. We have a lot of videos on YouTube, including videos with Dave Nemo. And, of course, Jimmy Mack, I want to get you on the show soon. And you can find us on the logistics of logistics. We're primarily a podcast, so we do that. But a lot of videos now, and you go to our website. And thank you guys so much. And, Jimmy Mack, I want to interview you soon.
And we're going to take care of that, by the way. And the reason we have Joe keep on coming back is because his podcast is really damn good, guys. Please check it out. Thank you, Joe. Happy New Year. Good to have you back.
Yes, Happy New Year to you guys. Thank you.
So is Steve Brand. Nice guy, by the way. One of our favorite people in the world. He joins us this morning. He is a Citizen Driver Award winner and one of the best people in the industry in terms of he's got a big heart, and he joins us this morning. I'm just going to basically, Steve, why don't you've been doing it for so long, why don't you unpack your bio for people? Give people a little bit of a conversation about Steve and how wonderful he is and where he comes from. Good morning to you, brother.
Well, good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Dave. Dre, can you turn Jimmy up just a little bit? I'm having a little trouble hearing him.
Boy, that is a guy who actually is very, very used to doing his own live podcast, just giving you the thing. Can you hear me now, brother?
A little bit. If you could go up just a little higher. I don't,
We are as good
it
as
might
we're going to
my
be.
headset.
We're as good
Okay,
as we're going
all
to
right.
be. So there we go. But
Hey,
yeah,
we'll do
unpack. Yeah, unpack, Steve.
We'll do what we got to do. But I started my career in January of 1989, so I just turned the clock on 37 years. Got a little less than 5 million safe driving miles. But I'm a second generation truck driver. My dad was a truck driver. And I tell people I was born to drive a truck because this is all I've ever wanted to do. And, you know, for 21 years, I lived that dream as a young man, little boy, young man, learning everything I could learn about the industry. And you know what? The last 37 years, I've been putting that dream to a reality, and I love what I do. I love the industry, and I just can't say enough about it.
And you do say a lot about it, too, on the podcast you do with Tim Taylor, right?
Yeah, I heard something about the podcast there, and Tim Taylor come to me about 2.5 years ago and said, "Hey, I want to do a podcast. Would you be interested in co-hosting?" And I said, "Well, sure. What are we going to do?" And we're going to kind of go off of a mutual friend of ours, Kevin Birch, and he's always saying we need to tell our story. And that's what we do on Truckers' Voices. We have the drivers come on and tell their story, how they get into the industry, why they get into the industry, would they do anything else, you know, those type of general questions, just to get to know them. And we also have people from TAT, we have people from Matry, and we just make it an all-around good show every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 to 9. And, you know, we open the floor to anybody that would like to come on the show. Just go to truckersvoices.com and get a hold of us, and we'll put you on the schedule.
And fantastic. It's a great podcast, and that's how you and Tim and all of us met, actually. So you are in the 2026 class of citizen drivers at TA Petro. I think it's obviously one of the most unique, I mean, that goes without saying, but I think it's one of the most meaningful awards you can get in the trucking world. And I don't want to sound Pollyannish here, but if you're going to be a citizen driver, you're going to be a great truck driver. You're going to have awards in the industry itself. You may have won some competitions, that sort of thing. You've got a great career, but it's not what you do on the road. It's what you do on the side of the road so much back in your hometowns that really matters, and that's what the Citizen Driver Award is all about. And that goes back to the first class. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that you were impressed with some of the other folks who have been citizen drivers, because you've met a lot of them.
You know, it totally amazes me of what these drivers do, you know, Monday through Friday, even on Saturdays and Sundays, and then when they go home on the weekends, they're still working. They're volunteering their time at soup kitchens and adopting families for holidays and things like that. And you know, to be a member of the community and help your community is just outstanding. And that's what I look at those other drivers as role models, and I just took it upon myself, me and my wife, and that's what we do. We try to help out the community any way we can, you know, when we're not working.
Were you pretty surprised that you won?
Yes, I was. Matter of fact, I'm still kind of in a shock and awe. It hasn't really sunk in yet. But I am just overjoyed and very humbled by the whole experience. You know, Dave, when you do stuff like that, you don't really think about it. You know, it's just my nature. It's what I do, and to be awarded for that is just an awesome thing in itself.
It is indeed, and congratulations on that. We'll see you again, if not before, but at Mid-America for the big awards luncheon and everything there. Lindsay and I will both be there. The other judges will be there as well. Had you been to one of the ceremonies before, just because a friend was in there or something?
Last year, my wife put me up for it, and I made the top 6 and got invited to the luncheon. Had no idea why I was there, and had an awesome lunch. Got to visit with a lot of people. Got to meet a lot of people that we've actually had on the show. And but then whenever they put the pictures, that was awesome to meet the ladies and the gentlemen that we've had on the show. But there again, like I said, I wasn't real sure why I was there till they put the picture up on the screen and said I had made the top 6, and I thought, how awesome is that? But to just to be in that room with all these professional drivers that dedicate their time after the fact was just memorable. I can't say enough about it.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of stuff going on, of course. Drivers are at the crux of everything in the trucking world. Do you have I almost hate to do this, but I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit for those who are listening out there who are not truck drivers. And we have a big cadre of folks through the decades, Steve, that are not in trucking, but for one reason or another, they kind of like to eavesdrop a little bit or kind of peek inside the trucking world. Is there any kind of a message to the four-wheelers out there that you'd like to express?
Slow down, put the devices down, pay attention to what you're doing, and, keep a safe following distance on rainy and snowy days like we got today. It's snowing. Drive with your headlights on. Be kind, be courteous. And, if you see a truck driver in the rest area, stop him or her and ask them questions. I get questions quite a bit, and I'll take the young children during the summertime when they're on vacation over and show them my truck.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just like them, but we move America, and everything we have on our truck they use.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that old thing I always used to say, if a guy in a four-wheeler does something stupid on the road, you say something about him. If a truck driver does something that ain't right, you say, look at that truck. You don't say, look at that guy or look at that woman. You say, look at that truck, and I think that speaks volumes. Hey, Steve, speaking volumes, we'll get a chance to do this again pretty soon because Mid-America is going to be right around. Well, we all know it's right around the corner, so we'll see you on the other side of that corner up in Louisville. Steve Brand, everybody. 2026 TA Petro citizen driver, over 35 years experience, almost 5 million miles safely on the road. Mike Roeth from NACFE joins us in just a moment.
Oh, yeah!
Mike Roeth will be joining us momentarily here on the telephone. He is the executive director of NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. And again, it's so funny that a lot of times, and I make this point about ATRI all the time, when Rebecca Brewster, Dan Murray, Mike Tunnell started making their appearances for the first time on the radio with me on the old satellite radio platform. Early on, there were so many folks out there that were convinced that ATRI, that's a government. That's the government talking. It's not the government. NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency, is not the government. But they certainly work with the government. But that's the industry, helping fleets save money and reduce emissions. What they do is... Well, they say they are an agnostic organization, and when you hear the word agnostic, it's usually religion, but in this case, it ain't. And we've got Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning. I've been kind of killing some time while Andre was getting you hooked up. Good morning.
Yeah, so freight efficiency is not religion? Come on.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Hey, I wanted to have you welcome a new member. Bruce Stockton now is the senior freight consultant at NACFE. Tell us a little bit about Bruce and how you guys wrangled him into the organization.
Oh, a lot of listeners that know Bruce. He's been like me. We've both been in the trucking industry 40 years. He was at Conway and CFI for, I don't know, 25 years. And that's where we met about 15, 16 years ago. And he's just a long-term fleet leader who's a no BS, tell it like it is, data-driven guy. And in the last 10 or 15 years, he's floated around a little bit. He was with Keenan and XPO and did some time with Michelin and Wilson Logistics. So he's been around for a while, and now he's, I think, just ready to call it quits and help us out. So great to have Bruce, and he's going to help our team really stay grounded on what fleets need, particularly in the longer haul arena of over the road and return to base.
Gotcha. We're going to talk about a couple of other folks who are NACFE folks, Amelia Sibley and Dean Bushy. Amelia is emerging technologies consultant. I'm going to read her quote from Today I Learned, and then maybe you could tell us a little bit about Amelia and then kind of unpack the quote. Here's what she said. DHL's recent deployment of a 500-mile range Tesla semi on a 100-mile route means they only need to charge once per week. This weekly charging strategy of overspeccing the vehicle range to route could significantly reduce infrastructure and operational costs. Well, that's killing two birds with one stone, huh? That last part was mine. So what can you tell us about Amelia? I'm not hearing Mike, so I think
Was that Tara?
Oh,
she was at Terawatt, the big truck charging organization, and she came to us between now and maybe another job. So I don't know. She'll probably be with us about a year, but maybe not forever. Wicked smart, knows the industry really well. And talking about this electric truck, 500-mile truck, but only doing 100 miles. It's not unlike diesel, where a lot of these trucks that do city delivery, beverage and other things, will have a 100-gallon fuel tank, so that'll get them 500-600 miles in city delivery. So that's what she's talking about there. Now the truck costs more because it's got a big battery, but you don't need the charging infrastructure. So there's like a trade-off that can be made. Some companies who want to deploy a truck like that but have the charging, they're going to want Tesla to do a much smaller battery pack for them and save the money on the truck. But in this case, it's saving money on the infrastructure.
Yeah, so there's more ways than one to skin a cat in this case, and probably a lot more options are going to reveal themselves, I would imagine.
It will take some time. Right now, everybody's chasing the long range. It's not unlike passenger car. I mean, there's a lot of people that may not want 400 miles of electric car range and say, hey, I want, a much smaller battery. The cost of the car can get much smaller, et cetera. So there's this trade-off between battery size and infrastructure that's going to play itself out. Both will be part of it.
Dean Bushy, Director of Programs, here's what he has learned. 2026 could bring a rare headline-worthy reprieve at the pump. EIA forecasts roughly $3 gallon gasoline, $3.50 a gallon diesel, putting fuel costs near their lowest level since the pandemic period. And then he goes on to say Venezuela is best viewed as a potential downside risk wild card rather than a core assumption in the projection. Boy, you never know what's going to happen when you say a foreign country such as Venezuela here. Gasoline here in the New Orleans area is like $2.29 to $2.39 a gallon at the moment, and that's up from a couple of weeks ago where it was down to like $2.12 for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dean's a fascinating guy. He thank you for your service, Dean. He was with the Air Force flying the big, huge transporter planes, I think they call them C5s, and he did that for 22 years before retiring. And then he ended up doing some automation passenger car work for GM and did some teaching, and then wound up at the Truck Stops of America. And so he decided to just retire younger. And he's a fantastic addition to the team, too. So we've really expanded. This is the best team I've ever had at NACFE over the 16 years, and they're rocking it with really good work. Low fuel prices is a great thing, Dave. It always is. I mean, we rely on these trucks and diesel trucks to move everything in America almost. And so lower prices is good. You just got to not fall in love with it because you never know. I mean, we've been through so many things from, even things like tsunamis that affected and rose prices up above $4, 8 or 10 years ago, to all kinds of things. So, and I think as we start to look at some of these alternatives that we've studied a lot, demand for petroleum fuels are going to probably decrease a bit, even though there's more drivers, there's more freight all the time. And so that will have pressure on lowering prices. But, we just got to ride through all this, take advantage of it when it's where it is, and then be careful when it's not. But know that it's highly cyclical, and you just never know. And sort of anybody that, like you just said, anybody that wants to predict fuel prices, they might as well just go to Vegas and throw their money on the table because it's about the same likelihood of winning.
Just cut to the chase. You are absolutely right. And we've got to chase now because we are out of time. Mike, as always, thank you so much for being with us. Thanks for the work you guys at NACFE do, and we'll talk to you soon.
Have a great week, guys.
Our St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's Monday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Matt Beach is joining us here on the program this morning. Matt, of course, as you well know, is a great guy and a funny guy and has a personal relationship with Bugs Bunny that I just can't get out of my mind. Matt is the president of 10 for Recruiting. Matt, good morning.
Sir, how are you?
Doing great. They are trimming trees here on Esplanade Avenue, so if you hear some machinery in the background, that's what's cooking here. I got to tell you, man, you are a funny guy, but that thing with Bugs Bunny on that YouTube video you did, it was classic.
Oh, Lord. Man, I got to remember what in the world I post from day to day. There ain't no telling. Oh, it was with Bugs Bunny
Massaging your head.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I grew up. My nickname growing up was Chunky LC.
Okay.
I was chunky, lazy, and I loved watching cartoons.
Ah, okay.
And Looney Tunes was it.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. I could probably quote just about every Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes cartoon there is. Not only that, I could quote just about every single I Love Lucy episode.
Oh, and you and my wife would get along
my
fantastically, by the way. Vitamin to Vegemin. Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if you know this. Last week, Lindsay and I had on the National Comedy Center, the National Comedy Museum from upstate New York. It is actually in Lucille Ball's hometown. If you get a chance,
nice.
if you get a chance to, you should look up that website. Everybody should. It's right next to the Lucy Desi Museum and Cultural Center, and she insisted that rather than building a shrine to herself, she thought that they should turn the town into a place where they would celebrate all comedy. And dude, if you go on that website and look at that comedy center, dude, you will actually be, you and your wife will be racing up there. Check this place out.
I mean, check it out.
It's
I
like
gotta check it out. Universal Studios Florida had like a I Love Lucy.
They did
museum thing, but of course they got rid of it, which I hated. But
I know, that was
one
a
thing. Like I had to go through it. I love it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, dude, I mean, now that I kind of know that about you, I mean, this thing is right up your alley. Hold on. Let me just pull this up here, guys, really quickly so you guys get a chance to, this is really kind of amazing.
While he's doing that, Matt, you may or may not know this, but Lucille Ball also did some dramatic roles in some movies, especially in the late 40s. She was in a couple of film noir mysteries, and she wasn't like the ditzy blonde who was, the comic relief. As they used to do that a lot back in the day. No, she did a serious role, and back in the early 30s, she was known as the most gorgeous legs on Broadway.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Y'all want to hear the best Lucille Ball story of all time?
Yes.
So Orson Welles gets to Hollywood with that big contract. He's 24, 25 years old. He's got that massive contract to be able to write, direct, produce, and make all the movies he's ever wanted to make at the rate he wants to make them. That didn't work out very long because William Randolph Hearst had other ideas. But the first film they were supposed to make was Heart of Darkness, the Joseph Conrad novel. And because of the fact that Europe went to war, that shut down that market for the most part. And they realized without that market, it would be a hard sell. This is where it gets really fun, though. Welles hated fascists. And he had found this really great novel by this British author. The novel was called Smiler with a Knife. It's about literally these two British Secret Service agents essentially trying to stop a Nazi plot to take over a mass communication system and become pro-Nazi. And he adapted it and set it in New York and set it around the CBS building and all that stuff. And he had the crazy idea that rather than having some guy at the middle of it, he thought it'd be a really wonderful kind of dramatic comic opportunity for a young actress to step into a role where she could show the full breadth of her talents. And if you go back and you read the original Smiler with a Knife, you need to imagine Lucille Ball because it was the only person he said he would make the movie with. And they were like, no, it's got to be Carol Lombard or nobody else. And he said, well, then it's nobody else. And he went with nobody else instead. But she never forgot how he went to bat for her like that. And it's why he ends up, two things, being a magician, playing himself on her show, and the only television show he ever directed was a thing called The Fountain of Youth, which he directed for Desilu Productions as one of those one-off hour-long dramatic television shows. And it's considered an incredibly innovative thing because Lucille Ball, let's get right down to it, was a genius. Straight up.
Oh yeah.
And so was her husband. And so was her husband. And it's a remarkable thing. We got you totally in the weeds, man. How you doing?
No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. Like I said, I'm a cornucopia of all kind of stuff. I mean, so I can talk hunting, fishing, trucking, cartoons, cheese. I mean, you name it. Let's go with video games. I mean, I'm in.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that you and I have kind of obsessed about. Dave is obsessed about too. So much of what gets talked about on radio with truckers, and it literally, Ike Stevens was going, when did every single trucking show become a logistics show? He said, when did every single show about trucking either become a grievance show or a logistics show? And there's got to be something else. And I just wanted to kind of get your take on this. How do we create a world in which truck drivers actually have a good time out there? How do we create an environment as a recruiter when you're selling trucker, back when you started this, how do we sell a world that is fun, and how can companies create something that's fun? I know you've got some ideas on this because you have a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, when I think about trying to come up with content, right? And I'm going to chase the rabbit. If you know what chasing the rabbit is,
I do.
Especially in the hunting world, when the dogs go out after the rabbits, it always circles back to where they started. I mentioned I love video games. Mm-hmm. Absolutely love video games. And even today, I probably watch more YouTube streaming of gamers than I do regular TV. And there's a new streamer that I'm watching right now and absolutely love him. And in the gaming world, the people absolutely are just craving more content. But when he gets in there, it's not specifically about video games. He'll just have a conversation, just start talking about just rando stuff. And what's funny is I relate to that. It's just conversation. And even like last night, I was talking to my son who turned 16 and his buddy, and they were, they've got they're talking video lingo and all this, and then all of a sudden they start talking about, well, what are we going to do with our cars? We got these cheap, ugly looking cars, and what do we? Is there anything we can do? I was like, well, number one, both of y'all can go buy the cucaracha horn and put that on it. I mean, who wouldn't love that, pulling into a high school parking lot and hearing, I'd love that. I'd love that. And I go, second, put a CB in. And, Jimmy, let me ask you, do you know what CB stands for?
I do, actually. And by the way, so does Dave. That's a long time ago in Bethlehem. Dave, take a shot and inform the world.
Oh, CB, if I'm not mistaken, that stands for the Citizens Band Radio.
Huge. I had no idea until last night.
Oh, okay.
And I've always said CB. I had one, and my CB name was Beach Nut.
There you go.
It started off as roof topper because I was tall, but then it went to Beach Nut.
And did you choose Beach Nut gum, by the way?
Sure. Let's go with that.
And we are creating the myth.
Sure.
Or avoiding one. Yeah. Go on, please.
Yeah. And so I was like, guys, they were like, well, what's a CB? What do you do? How do you install it? I'm like, we had 10 of our close friends. We all had CBs in our cars and our trucks, whatever, and we just had it was just fun time. So all that to say is, I just think it's got to be rando conversations. It's kind of like what we're talking right now. I mean, I can ramble on, but sometimes it's like some of the best content and communication. Drivers just want to talk, and sometimes even like for me, it's like, hey man, let's talk about recruiting. Hell, I don't want to talk about recruiting today. just don't. I just want to talk about something completely different. And there's just so much more that drivers, again, you can talk logistics all you want, but someday, let's just talk about life. Let's just talk about what is it, some relationship building that y'all have, those who are behind the wheel, and when they're, whether it be a truck, a bus, or whatever it is, what is it when you come home? What do you like to do? I mean, like I said, I love video games. I love logging in, and I love, some of my favorite games. Just logging in and just getting into shooting stuff up, because that's where I'm at. I'm ready to get my aggression out. Either I'm at the gym, but more so, I'm going to be on a video game. I'm going to wear somebody out, and absolutely love it. And I might get worn out myself in that game. That's fine, but I'm taking out, and I can. And it's those moments that I can actually take that and then have those sidebar conversations. It's funny right now. There are 7 of us in the quote driver recruiting world that are connected online gaming, and we just love to get on late at night and be like, hey, what's going on? Let's play this game. Let's hit it up.
What's the game of
So
choice?
I even think like,
Matt, what's the game of
my
choice?
game of choice right now is Arc Raiders.
Arc
It's a
Raiders.
beautiful, beautiful game. Absolutely beautiful game. Open world. You're think of Mad Max, and he's just, instead of driving, you're just walking around this world that's completely been devastated, and then you got drone robots, and you're trying to find junk to bring back to the world, the underworld, so you can build weapons and different things. I mean, there's so many different mechanics to the actual game itself. It's just beautiful to play. You can log in, go on, roam around by yourself, or you get shot up by people, and that happens. But still, absolutely love it.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. So, Claire and I are big fans of video game platforms as well too. And what we really love is either playing games together, where you have to work as a team, like It Takes Two or something like that. But we're also really big fans of doing what I call walking through a haunted house together, is the best way Claire describes it, where we find the scariest games we can, and we sit next to each other. And every time somebody dies, you hand the controller off to the next person. We go back and forth until you can kind of get past the puzzle, get past the killer. And if the other person gets on a roll and starts playing well, the other person just helps them start making guesses of where to go and all that kind of stuff. And you bring up a really, really good point. I have found that sometimes the best way to kind of do this show is, rather than trying to give them what you think the idea of a show should be, and saying, look, we will make space for the information you need. We will make space for people to call and say, there are weather conditions here. We will make space for people to call and say, I'm having a hell of a day, like this morning when Showtime was calling about fuel island problems. And that's all there for the taking. But if you end up in the weeds like you're talking about, I think that there's something to be said about literally, you can't spend your time in the weeds when you're on the road literally, but you can spend a lot of time there figuratively. And that's such an important part. I did have a follow-up. I knew it was Citizen Band Radio, Dave. Why did they get rid of the other R? I've always thought it was Citizen Band, but why did they make it a CB? Why did they have it CBRs? Why was it just CB? Just because it was shorter and easier?
I think we didn't get into the alphabet soup phase in our society until a little bit later. So CB radio was good. If you say CBR, they would think you're going to check your blood pressure or something.
You think you got Born on the Bayou wrong.
Yeah.
I'm so glad everybody got that almost instantly. That makes me really happy. Well, that's the other thing, too, is the fact, Dave and I were talking about this, not so much where it all went wrong, but, one of the things, I don't know if you've ever gotten a chance. If you do, and I can actually send you the link, they have some of the old Road Gang broadcast, the original Road Gang out of WWL, 870 AM when it first got started. And I'm telling you right now, Matt, it is a format like you've never heard before in your life, and nobody's doing it now either. And I will tell you, when Sirius XM merged, it was one of the greatest disasters for trucking radio, because what they had was this great captive audience. It's a really good model. Dave will correct me if I'm wrong here. He would play like 2 songs and a comic bit, come back and talk for longer form. So you didn't get that kind of 6 songs and a cloud of dust and then a puking voice on to the next 6 songs. What you had is this really kind of interesting mix of, play a few songs, play a comedy routine, do something goofy, do something silly, give people pertinent information, take a call, go back to 2 or 3 songs. And I've been hard pressed to find that model anywhere. And I think it was a decision that was made to kind of, basically use truckers as a piggy bank. And I don't just mean that from Sirius XM, but a lot of places. You give people these kind of locked in places where you get their temperature up and you drone on about the latest recruiting numbers or the latest data. And something gets lost inside of all of that I think people lose. And I think it's kind of our job sometimes, I hate to say this, to go have fun and then come back and make recommendations for these guys when they do have their downtime for stuff that they can do. I don't know if that's a model moving forward, but music licenses are really expensive, in case you hadn't heard.
Well, I mean, even like right now, a lot of everything you're hearing, for the most part, data-wise, it's so example. I felt like I was in, Groundhog Day, January 1st, going, well, here we are. I can't wait. Let's hope everything's going to change. everything's going to start picking up and everything else. And here it is, still feeling the same way that we did 3 years ago. So it's like, okay, I need something else. Let's talk about something else, please. Like turkey hunting is coming up. I've mentioned that. I love turkey hunting. And that's creeping around the corner, which there's so many other things and topics. And then, like you said, you can rope it back to what we're, in a sense, from a quote, recruiting logistic transportation world. But even then, right now, man, I just want to, can we talk about something else slightly a little bit? Let's bring in some, even like Looney Tunes, let's talk about that. Let's talk about Harry Potter. Let's talk about whatever it is. I think you have to have a cornucopia of different types of discussions, feelings, whatever that might be, to be able to entertain those who are out there on the road right now.
What is it? Come into my shop. Let me fix your mop. You're next.
Yes.
You're so next. It's just like I remember how many kids actually knew a little bit of something about opera because of those cartoons. And I don't mean that like just dismissively. How many kids grew up and had a sense of opera and Wagner and Mozart because those actually are genuine parodies. They're not just like kind of sort of like Mozart, kind of sort of like Wagner. They actually are Mozart. They actually are Wagner. And kids got the biggest laugh out of it and then discovered it later on in life. And it's like, it's funny because there's a really fancy pants German playwright named Bertolt Brecht who invented this thing called he doesn't claim to have invented it. He called it the alienation effect, where you would stop the play in the middle of the play to tell you about the play. You follow me? It's like this, you just stop the play, look at the audience and say, can you believe this nonsense? Let me tell you what's really going on here. And Americans, when they would try to stage his plays, would always struggle with him. He came and saw one, and he goes, what is the problem? He said, you guys should do this better than anybody else. And they said, what do you mean? He goes, Looney Tunes. He said, literally Looney Tunes. He said American cartoons. He said, just take an American gangster movie and a Looney Tunes cartoon, combine them, and then you have my plays. And it's like this crazy thing where we are the experts at this. I don't know if you weird thing about those Looney Tune cartoons is that people are always telling the audience how ridiculous what is happening is happening. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
So what are your favorite Looney Tune cartoons? What are your favorites?
Foghorn Leghorn. I love Foghorn Leghorn and the dog. Absolutely, especially when he takes that stick and whoops that hind end, and he takes off running, and the dog takes out and then chokes it. I could watch Foghorn Leghorn all day long, but the one it's really actually pretty popular with oh my gosh, I keep thinking ice cream right now, like Ben and Jerry, but it's Tom and Jerry. But Tom and Jerry, where Jerry's country cousin comes and visits and sings and plays the guitar.
Oh, I remember that cartoon.
I think you could curate it. I had a friend of mine, I kid you not, and Dave knows him, named Wayne Dagrapont. They called him Uncle Wayne. He had reel-to-reel collections of Warner Brothers, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, and he would plan a night for you. So I could tell him, like, monsters are the most interesting people. I said, I want a monster cartoon marathon, and he would put it together. And one night, I kid you not, we said, I want every single cartoon that parodies rock and roll. And he had that same Tom and Jerry you're talking about. He had the Jetsons, Eep Up Ork Ah, and every time
Eep Up Ork Ah, that means I love you. Do Eep Up.
Yeah, exactly. Come fly with me. Come fly with me. Eep Up Ork means I love you.
See, people would say, how much wasteful information do you have in your brain? It's not wasteful information. Are you kidding me? No, this is what I grew up on. This is it. This is my life. This is conversation. This is look, and I'm on RadioNemo, spitting out this amazing info.
Speaking of Looney Tunes, you are here.
What a world we live in, right? What a day.
Are y'all ready for? Speaking of Yosemite Sam, would you like to hear something really weird about Yosemite Sam?
Yes.
Really weird. Okay.
Absolutely.
So Yosemite Sam. I will give you the location, is the Mobility Assessment Test and Integration Center in La Guana Pueblo Reservation in Albuquerque, New Mexico. is a baffling radio signal consisted of a short buzz of compressed data bursts lasting about 0.8 seconds, followed by a clip of the cartoon character Yosemite Sam shouting "Varmint, I'm gonna blow you to smithereens," a quote from an episode of Bugs Bunny, Bunker Hill Bunny, that was first broadcast in 1949. It is thought that the broadcast was a number station, often nicknamed after the distinctive pop culture call signs. These shortwave radio stations broadcast strings of numbers, thought to be coded messages that they would send to spies or other intelligence operatives. The Yosemite Sam station aired from 2004 to 2005, and two amateur radio enthusiasts eventually traced it to the MATIC, the Mobility Assessment Test and Integration Center. I kid you not. A communications technology test range owned by the U.S. military contractor Laguna Industries near Albuquerque. A security guard caught the two enthusiasts taking photos of a fenced-off compound in the area on the 16th of February in 2005, chased them off, and the Yosemite Sam station stopped broadcasting 3 hours later and has never been heard since.
Huh.
That is like the strangest thing. And like we said, when you said, those cartoons, it's like the weirdest kind of thing where it's like you get these two guys who track down this number station because they heard Yosemite Sam saying, "Varmint." My favorite Yosemite Sam line, by the way, Dave, and Matt Beach, who joins us this morning, is "My biscuits are burning, my biscuits are burning." When he catches his butt on fire.
The best Yosemite for me is when he's not Yosemite Sam. He's the Roman guard, and he's chasing after bugs in the castle, and he gets eat up by those lions. And the whole thing, he's not Yosemite, he's not shooting, he just "Come back here, you Lord," and he's chasing bugs everywhere.
I love the ridiculous.
I actually just die laughing at it. That's one of my favorite Yosemite Sam ones.
I love the ridiculousness of that too, Matt, because it's like, in the Bunker Hill Bunny, he doesn't play a cowboy. He plays, as he says at the end, "I'm a Hessian without no aggression." Which is just perfection. Go ahead.
Completely sidetrack. You ever seen the movie Up?
Of course. Of course. Wonderful.
And Doug, or not, was that the dog's name, right? Doug?
Yeah, Doug. Yeah, Doug.
Yeah, that's me. I can be talking and all of a sudden squirrel. That's me. So even like right now, if I don't get this, it's like a sneeze. I got to get it out, right?
But here's the thing.
I love doing what?
No, I was going to say really quickly, I want to let you get the last word. Here's the thing. That's not distraction. That's a skill, because that's the kind of skill a lot of people don't perfect, the idea of being able to kind of pick up what's going on around you at the periphery, because sometimes that's where opportunities are, to learn something, to be something, to do something important. If you're not paying attention to everything, you end up losing the thread ultimately. I'm sorry, Matt, I interrupted you. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're fine. I love doing impressions. But because I love watching people's mannerism. Like when I'm completely retired and I'm, God willing, I make it to 80, I want to sit out of the mall and just watch people. To me, that's heaven. And then just pick up on people's mannerisms. I absolutely. So there are 5 people in the, let's call it, transportation industry that I can do a phenomenal impression of. Their voice, I could call people, leave a voicemail, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, did I just talk to this individual, or did this guy just call me?" And there's 5 people. I won't do it on the air, but I'm not lying to you. It's that I'm bragging on myself. Fit an image of the sound of what they do, and even their mannerisms.
Do me a favor today. Call me, leave a message, and make sure it's somebody that I know. But don't tell me that it's somebody I know. Leave a message. I will listen to it. That way we can test that theory out. By the way, that's a really fun topic of conversation. But we should do an entire show about.
I'm gonna do one. I'll give you one. And I'm just gonna make a sound. I'm gonna see if you name it. That's it.
Okay, I think I know who it is.
I think I got it.
I'm not going to say it.
We'll leave it at that. We will leave it at that. Matt Beach, where can people find out more about you if they want to check out who Matt Beach is?
Hey, 1040recruiting.com, or get on Facebook and then search Matt Beach and see what you can find.
No, that's TEN numeral 4, 10 for recruiting. 10
yes,
spelled
sir.
out 4. So it's TEN the numeral 4, recruiting.com.
Thank you, Matt, for a great half hour. It was exactly what we were hoping for.
I appreciate y'all. Love you guys.
Have the best of days. We love Matt Beach. Matt Beach loves us, and we love all you guys out there. Joe J, Paranormal Pie Man, Marshall, Steve. Good to have everybody on board. We'll be back on the other side. Dave is going to dig into the St. Christopher Fund. Nice little conversation going on there. Go to trucktown.com. Get out of that ditch.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE-certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It rhymes with tiptoe at the end of this show in the last half hour, along with the phone lines being open at 615-292-6366. I am going to talk about what a tiptoe rhymes with tiptoe. This has been today through no problems of Dave Nemo or our good friend Andre Thibodeau. We are going to tiptoe through the tulips, and you guys can join us in that conversation. I got to tell you guys, there have been a lot of things I've walked away from in my life because of the frustration and the walls that I've hit. Let me tell you something right now. We ain't leaving. I ain't going nowhere. I don't care what bass ag shows up and decides that they're going to trim trees in the reverse order of which they told me they would. I don't care who at iHeartRadio ain't going to call us back. I don't care. I ain't leaving. Dave ain't going nowhere. And there ain't nothing, as the good Reverend says, you can do about it. I'm going to have Dre mute my mic. I'm going to turn this over to Dave and let him talk to our next guest.
Go indeed. Good morning again, everybody. Dave Nemo with you. Andre, Phone Master Dre is with us. Andre Thibodeau. And, of course, Jimmy Mack.
I'm around.
And the crew trimming trees out in the back. They're kind of in the foreground. Anyhow, Courtney Neimann is joining us. She heads up the St. Christopher Fund. At Twitter, it's at Trucker Fund. At TikTok, it's at Truckers Fund. At LinkedIn, you'll find them on under Trucker Fund. The easiest way to do, though, is just go to truckersfund.org on the web. Truckers Fund, and you'll see all of the programs there and some of the people, and you're in like Flynn, so to speak. Courtney has taken on her role as executive director of the St. Christopher Fund after 25 years of experience in public health, and she's done all kinds of great stuff that would bring her to us here this morning. And Courtney, good morning again. It's great to have you back.
Good morning. How are you?
So far, so good. Not too bad for a man in my condition. That's the first joke a truck driver ever told me about 60 years ago. Well, pretty good for a man in my condition. So we'll find out what our condition is in here. And you guys have something. I mean, it's getting hard. You have a whole website just for your programs, because there's so many great programs that you guys are helping drivers live longer and live better. And the ladies are in the focus here this morning because of the new cancer screening kits. And these will be for cervical cancer, first off. What a great development this is. I didn't even know they had at-home test kits for stuff like most of the stuff they have now. So what better way for a truck driver to be able to get a handle on health with stuff that you don't have to go someplace else to do?
Yes, absolutely. So the FDA approved these kits last year, and we are working on getting some of the kits in the next couple of weeks that we will be able to give out to our female drivers. And again, it will be for free. And so we have our colorectal screening kits for men and women. We have prostate kits for just men, and now we have coming soon our cervical kits that will be just for females.
Wow, this is astounding because of, first off, let's face it, the female driver population is still, 1 out of 10 in that neighborhood. Yes. So you can pretty well say, well, yeah, we'll get to the ladies one of these days, but right now we just got to deal with the men because that's where everybody is. Thank God y'all aren't doing that, and it really means a lot. So anything the ladies should know about this in terms of what you do? I don't know, you can get into details and all of this, but you're going to probably do some kind of a sampling, and then you'll send it in like you did with the colorectal thing. I did one of those just the other day, as a matter of fact. So what a incredible boon we have with all of these easy things to do, and you guys make them free.
Absolutely. So it's very similar to the other kits that we have. We will be able to send them to you. There is a small swab that female will take. They will put it back in the pre-mailer and send it to the certified lab, and within 2 to 5 days, they will have results.
2 to 5 days. Well, that's not bad at all. That is not bad at all.
Yeah.
We talked to Lindsay a lot too on the program, as you well know, zeroing in on some of the programs, and we'll have a little time to maybe catch a couple of those. But right now, 2025 now into 2026. As we flip over the calendar pages, is there any flipping over that you guys are doing there, maybe behind the scenes or anything at St. Christopher, into something new for the new year?
We do have a lot of new stuff going on behind the scenes. We will be launching a new website within the next couple of weeks. We have a new CRM platform that will help us with donors, just to be more intentional about that donor journey they are traveling with us. And then we have some IT support that will be able to help out all of us as staff at St. Christopher's Fund. That'll make it just a little bit easier for our jobs. So our motto for this year is 2026 is going to be amazing.
We got disconnected just for a moment here. Courtney, say that last thing you just said. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, what was that last thing you just said?
Oh, so our motto for this coming year is going to be that 2026 is going to be amazing.
Okay. I'm sorry, I missed that. I missed the punchline, so to speak.
That's okay.
2026 is going to be amazing. Well, it certainly is. That is for sure. Okay. I just got my COVID booster because I got COVID last September, and they said, well, wait until January before you get the booster. One of the first things, if not the first, it may have been the first thing that St. Christopher came out in terms of the programs is the vaccine vouchers. You get a vaccine voucher. There are some, you have to qualify. You have to be a real truck driver, and all of that stuff. And that's all explained on the page. But that is a program that has, and again, you got a lot of naysayers on both sides, but the folks who want vaccines and booster shots and all of that, you guys really make that happen. So we'll forget about any, I don't see why it's controversial, but everything seems to be controversial whether it needs to be or not. This has got to be one of the mainstays right here, huh?
Yes, it is. So again, if someone chooses to get a vaccine voucher, we want to take away that barrier for them, and we are able to provide free vouchers for those that qualify. You can go on our website, simply fill out the information. We will have someone reach out to you and find out which one of our vaccine vouchers you are interested in receiving and where you would like to go. Some of our locations, we are actually able to offer the free flu egg-free vaccine. And then any of our drivers that are over the age of 60, there's a vaccine voucher for flu for them as well at some of our locations. So we just want to make sure that if there are any barriers, that can be removed so that a driver can get their voucher.
Understood. So we have flu, pneumonia, COVID-19, and shingles. And if you had measles as a kid, you've got shingles. It's just dormant. I have a good friend who's a musician here in New Orleans, got shingles on his face. And let me tell you.
If you've had the chicken pox, you've got it. And I have actually had shingles and am scheduled to get my vaccine for my shingles this weekend. Yeah, because it's not something you want to have.
There's no pain like it. I knew a lady who had shingles, and it was all over one side of her rib cage on her. Oh my God!
Yeah,
it is pain beyond pain beyond pain. So flu, pneumonia, shingles, COVID-19. You can get all of those free shots, and then you can go to places that nobody's ever heard of: Walgreens, Kroger, the Little Clinic, Walmart, Sam's Club. All of those obscure, out of the way places with no truck parking you can go to, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if you zoom down on the page, you'll see a lot of folks in the Kroger family of companies that are behind the St. Christopher Fund. What is Rigs Without Cigs? I don't know if we can. That is wow. Okay, Rigs Without Cigs is. There's nothing to do with your hand. When I started my radio career, you could smoke in the studios. And boy, did we. And it's because nothing to do with your hands. And it didn't take me long to figure out that truck drivers had the same problem out there on the road. You're either doing one or two things, either snacking or smoking and snacking at the same time out there on the road. So it is, please remove the temptation, but it's really hard to do. Overall now, and you're relatively new to St. Christopher, because Rigs for Cigs has been around for a while. What's the look back on Rigs Without Cigs in terms of the success rate?
We're about 50%, or a little bit over 50%.
Bad for smoking.
Absolutely.
I mean, not bad at all for smoking. So those 51 out of 100 folks out there who have quit, that makes all the difference in the world. You mentioned diabetes prevention, too, and there's something new called Habit New, and Lindsay and I talked about that the last time she was on with us. Habit New is itself is a relatively new thing, if I'm not mistaken, and now it's several months old now with St. Christopher, but what is Habit New? And it's one word, HABITNU.
Correct. So this is our year-long program that you have a cohort of about 8 to 10 people and you go through as a group for an entire year. We understand that it takes more than 6 weeks to change a behavior. So by having that support throughout an entire year, the goal is to have a better outcome for the drivers that are involved in this program.
So is it an overall health program, or does the program target one thing, or as an individual, can I target one aspect of it?
It's for diabetes, but we have other aspects of it that will affect other parts of your health as well. But initially, you will be coming in as someone that is pre-diabetic.
Okay. Well, I have just officially become pre-diabetic to my great dismay and kind of surprise, too. I'm 77, just went to my last physical was last month, and I came out as being pre-diabetic, and it really kind of surprised me because I thought I was doing the right stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So we'll be sending you a form for you to sign up
don't
with
do
our
that.
group.
I don't qualify for that, and I've got I have Medicare, so I'm covered on that. But yeah, well, thank you though, thank you. Well, what I'm saying is that just because you think everything's cool, not necessarily so, and sometimes doing the right thing ain't enough of the right thing, as I found out.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else? And the other thing, too, that I want to point out, we're kind of going down the list here, guys, because there's so much at St. Christopher now. And I go back to the days with St. Christopher when $1 came in, 98 cents went out. We had 2 pennies in the bank, and literally speaking, many times. And thanks to folks like T.A. Petro doing their yearly campaigns to help, St. Christopher move on, and all of the other folks and the individual drivers have made it much, much bigger than anything I could have imagined in the amount of time that has taken. But speaking of the convenience and the efficacy of having things like these test kits, the cancer screening tests, all of those things sent out to the drivers where they are. Telehealth is the savior here overall of everything. Call on Doc, everywhere.care, all of that with St. Christopher. So no matter where a driver is, you can have a virtual. And I've done virtual visits too, and they work.
Absolutely, yes. So we have gone through Call on Doc, and this is an amazing platform. You pay a flat fee wherever you are, and they are able to, somewhat of a diagnosis, if you have pink eye, they're going to be able to see that, and they'll be able to call you in a script close to where you are. But if they also think that, yes, this needs to be seen by someone in person, they will let you know that as well. So sometimes it's easier to get in with a telehealth appointment than it is even to get in with your regular doctor, especially if you have something that is pink eye and you just need to have the prescription filled by a pharmacist for you.
Got it. We've just got a couple of minutes here left. What would you like to bring up that Nemo didn't think of?
I think going into 2026, we are looking to increase our prevention health and wellness programs. We want to have more drivers to be able to have the opportunity to be involved in those programs. So if you know anybody or if you feel like somebody could participate in that and benefit, please give them our website and all of our social media platforms that they can go to. Even if they're not really sure, they can call and talk to our health and wellness manager and just see maybe find out more information about it and just try to see if there's something that we can do for them.
Last week, Elizabeth Barna was on the program with us, and she was talking about working with you guys at Mid-America this year and the auctions and everything. Certainly not too early to plan for that. I know you've been planning, but not too early to talk about Mid-America. So what do you guys got cooking? Maybe anything new this year that we hadn't seen before?
So I have never been to Mid-America, so this will be my first event, and I am super excited about it. But
I was
yes,
thinking you were there. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
yeah, Diane was there. She got hired 8 days prior. So I'm excited about attending it. But yes, we are already working on getting auction items. So if anybody's interested in helping us out with that, please get in contact with us. And we would love to be able to have a gift basket or anything to help raise money for St. Christopher Fund that all goes back out to our drivers.
Fantastic. Well, I really want to thank you for the job that you and everybody there is doing, and thanks for being with us here this morning.
You are welcome.
Courtney Neimann, everybody, Executive Director of the St. Christopher Fund.
That has real Route 66 energy as we make our way back into the tiptoe that has been this morning on RadioNemo. Guests have been terrific, by the way, across the board. A lot of really fun folks as well, too. One of the interesting things about this morning is that I was aware that there would be some work done on the street and had actually set up for the contingency of that happening. What I wasn't expecting was, though, they knew exactly what was happening. They could have set up on the other end of the block and made their way around. Instead, typical. Well, here's the thing, too. The guy who made all the arrangements was not here. Meaning that he just sent a work crew out and they got busy getting to work. And, we got through this morning and we will continue to do so. And we'd love to hear from you at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
But it's just one of those things, too, where, and the worst part is, Dre actually got what I was up to. You heard me go out there and just raise a racket. And, a lot of times Dre will often catch me in a bad mood and, make a motion to keep my temperature down. He knew exactly what I was up to. I wasn't angry in the sense of like enraged. I'm just like, I don't know what's going to stop these guys, but I know what will scare the hell out of them. An angry big man on a porch yelling at them, especially when they're shaking the very foundations of his own building. And, I think about the times that I used to do kind of guerrilla theater when I was in my 20s. When you're 26 years old and you're on the outside of the building, you're trying to do whatever it is you're trying to do, and you're yelling at the work construction crew who didn't tell you they were going to show up, you feel like you're kind of fighting the man. When you're 56, you're just like, what am I doing with my life? I mean, what exactly is it that's happening here? And, there are moments out there for our friends on the road, Dave. I know this. I know that so many of you guys get out there and you drive out there, and they're just moments where you're out there by yourself and you're talking to yourself and you're kind of saying, what am I doing with my life? When you were on the air on the Road Gang, on the original Road Gang at WWL 870, did it always feel like the place to be? And I meant here in New Orleans, because we get to some other places like essentially you being metaphorically left on the side of the road at Matt's. That great story you tell. But were there any moments in the beginning of all of that, or did it feel, always okay? Can you kind of talk to that, Dave, for a second?
In terms of the viability of what we were doing?
The viability of what you're doing, or I'm supposed to be doing something different. This is not where I'm supposed to be.
No, I never thought that. I felt like I was where I belonged. I really felt I fit in. I felt like I fit in.
You felt fulfilled.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that's what a lot of people, who work in the transportation sector, we have people who, come rain, sleet, or snow, they're very much mailman-like. They kind of feel like that's it. That's what I do. And it's always about solving the problem. It's always about how do I solve the problem to get to the next destination, the next job. And I realize that there's something about this industry and the industry that you and I are in, and that Phone Master Dre is in, and you guys can always jump in and have a little conversation with us about this, where I will tell you this is one of those jobs where if you think what I'm going to do next once I get this done, you should do something else. I really believe that, and I think trucking is the same way. If you find yourself, look, having a dark night of the soul once or twice a year, I get it. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about those real kind of existential crises. But if you find yourself as an over-the-road truck driver, unless you have a real, okay, how do I distinguish this? let's say that you have a plan to be an over-the-road truck driver to a point and that you have a very clear exit ramp.
Okay.
I'm going to do this for 2 years, save this amount of money, really live tight, frugally, and use trucking as a means to an end to the next thing that I want to do. Totally cool. Okay, that's a very different thing. I'm not talking about that. But if you don't see an exit ramp, but still don't want to be there,
Ooh, that's rough.
then you need to get out, even if it means biting the bullet. People say, well, I got a family. I'm like, I get it, dude. But trust me, you are getting one step closer to ending your marriage, one step closer to missing one more kids event, one step closer to kind of, as the, not the Marshall Tucker Band. Who is it? It actually isn't the Marshall Tucker Band. No, what's their names? The two guys that sing One Toke Over the Line. It's two guys.
Two guys, yeah. I'll think
if
of
it comes to you,
Rowan and Martin. No,
yeah,
I'm just kidding.
but it's like Rowan and Martin, but
Yeah,
it's not. You
yeah.
know? Which, by the way, is a total ripoff on the Dead.
Shipley, something Shipley?
Yeah,
Brewer and
probably.
Shipley.
Brewer and Shipley. That's exactly
Wow,
who it is.
Dave,
Nicely
come
done.
on, man.
Oh, come on, Dave. I mean, that's a lot of information crammed up there in your
Wow.
skull. But Brewer and Shipley,
Yeah.
which, by the way, is, I mean, that song is such a ripoff on the Dead. It's insane. I mean, it's simply an attempt to cash in on what the Dead do, because it sounds
Y'all
like
had a great conversation last week about the Grateful Dead.
Oh man, and
You
it's
and
so.
Lindsay.
I got in a conversation last night. I went to an event. To say I went to the event as a guest would be a mistake. A friend of mine actually runs a venue and had some really great younger people there. I don't mean younger like kids, but had like people in their late 20s, early 30s. He's sober, so am I, and these people were just had to have a good time. And he said the person who normally helps me watch after these kind of things isn't here, and I have to run the venue. But just bring some burgers and some sausages, and we'll have a good time. We can use the pool too. These are good people and all that stuff. Totally lost my train of thought. Got it back. Napster. And we were talking about with Napster. This is really a cool thing. How everybody thought it was sticking it to the man. It almost wrecked the music industry. It came within a hair's breadth of, and I don't mean like getting the suits. I mean it came within a hair's breadth of like killing the music industry. Until they shut it down. It was a bad scene. People were literally stealing people's music and sharing it amongst themselves. And those sharing files got bigger and bigger and bigger. And if nothing had been done, a lot of people would have been hurt. It did have a good benefit in the sense that it actually made a lot of people realize, I'm getting to your Dead comment in a second here, made a lot of people realize that they couldn't screw around when it came to touring, that they actually had to give their fans a show, that if they really wanted to stay relevant, they had to get out there and be seen. And there were two great models for how one gets seen, meaning that there are two artists who were way ahead of the curve in regards to how to handle a live show, and they are Bruce Springsteen and, of course, the Grateful Dead, who basically were practicing Napster with cassette tapes long before anybody else was. They really were. And they encouraged people to do that because the uniqueness of those things. And what the Dead figured out was that they would charge people for the right to come in and sell those tapes. Now, not only can you record us, you can sell us. And you can have different quality tapes of different Dead concerts. Get very unique kind of tapes like that. And they were really ahead of the curve. And it's amazing, the wall of sound, but also the way they kind of cultivated their fan base to make sure that they were a live show. And the thing about Napster is that it almost collapsed the industry, Dave. It almost destroyed it. But a lot of people in the aftermath went, whew, when they were able to stabilize the situation. And a lot of people realized, if we're not putting on a good 3.5 hour show with special guests dropping in, we're gonna run out of gas really quickly here. We're gonna really run out of gas. And the Grateful Dead, the influence that band have is, I don't even mean in regards to music. Music's okay. I'll be really blunt with you. The music's okay.
Yeah.
Live, I've seen them live. Saw them with the Allman Brothers at the Municipal Auditorium in one of the Jazz Fest early incarnation. The real strength was, I can't believe I'm saying this, that a bunch of hippies who spiked policemen's water with acid, actually were really savvy businessmen, it turned out, and knew how to create the model that would keep them all in clover until the time when first Jerry Garcia and now Bob Weir has left us. Are there any Dead songs that really land for you? Have you ever been a Deadhead in any form or fashion?
No.
Not your thing, huh?
No, I wouldn't say that. But I enjoy. I like their music and all, but I wasn't really a fan or anything.
No.
Yeah.
And as far as live bands go, great improv group.
Mhm.
I'm not being funny. I mean, really good at kind of rolling with it and letting things kind of keep on rolling down the road. If there had been one band, and you spent so much time late at night on the radio, if there had been one band you could have followed, who would it have been?
Oh.
How about this? Not follow, but any chance you would have got to seen them, and then seen them again. I want to be fair, because getting in a car and going across the country, following a band is something else.
I would say that. Wow, that's a hard question. Yeah, that's a
Almonds
horrible.
for me.
Allman Brothers. That's.
Bob Seger, the Allman Brothers for me. I wouldn't mind actually given what Van Morrison eventually turned into in regards to how he handles concerts. That wouldn't be a bad thing either, because every time he does a song, just like the Grateful Dead, the version you heard at the stadium or at the venue was never the same as it was on the album. It was always something different, always a new instrument, always a new rendition, and that's kind of cool too. The idea of that kind of discovery. We've got to take a break. Phone lines are open. Lots of stuff still to talk about, a lot of news to get into. We'll go back over that first story about the malicious wounding one more time. I got some other news we need to unpack, and then we're going to talk about the entire show. Nemo Nation continues. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe over there. Give us a call. We'd love to hear from you. And, hey, Gregory, good to have you.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Hey, we're back here at Nemo Nation. There's a lot of stuff to unpack. We always kind of use the last half hour to talk about the show that was and to kind of tie the elements, all of it together. This show will be available in the next couple of days on all the podcast platforms that you subscribe to in its entirety. It also will be time-stamped so that you'll be able to find the segments that you were interested in. And then, of course, we're starting a new thing over the course of this week. We will release 7 to 9 of them on our YouTube channel. As a way of highlighting what we think the clips of the week are. That's going to always include Maintenance Matters. Robert Braswell's Tech Talk with TMC will be there. Education Station will be a part of that. And then Dave, Lindsay, and I will kind of curate the rest of them. Sometimes there's stuff like Terry Taylor and Peter Stark that show up once a month. We'll tend to highlight those. The idea is we were looking in many ways to kind of focus on particular elements as opposed to hitting you with the fire hose. But if there is a segment you like, if there is something you like, you can always find it reposted on YouTube with the timestamps of the interviews that you like. You can always find it on, of course, Spotify and Pandora and all the other places you like to listen. If there's a segment, just go to that on your favorite podcast, and there will be a timestamp letting you know where it is that thing in particular can be found. So have no fear. All the content you love is here at RadioNemo.com as Nemo Nation continues. It was great talking to Dean this morning. That's how we began our morning, as we always do on Nemo Nation on Mondays, getting a view from the Pacific Northwest. And I wasn't aware, I won't lie, there's a lot of stuff I know about the Pacific Northwest and feel like I'm semi-informed in regards to how freight is both shipped and stored in this country. I was not aware that Alaska was the de facto warehouse for both Oregon and Washington.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and that's the kind of cool stuff that often comes up that we don't talk about. And by the way, I want to also, before we get to the rest of the guests, because this is was a short interview, but we were absolutely thrilled to have her on. Your good friend of Operation Roger, Sue Wiese, made her way over. You can find them at OperationRoger.com or OperationRoger.RescueGroups.org. And it's our reminder, even though you see the .com, that .org is important. It is a 501c3. It is a nonprofit. And even if you can't help with your manpower, a donation never hurts. It's a really good program, and they care deeply about animals, and they care deeply about truckers. And so if you're looking to give your money to anything in regards to animal care or animal welfare, this is a really great place to go rather than the traditional routes, because it is so trucking-centric and how it's focused. How did you first come into contact with them, Dave?
I don't even remember, but early on. And, of course, Bill Mack really kind of got the ball rolling with Sue in terms of trucking media, if you will.
Yeah, and it's one of those great things, too, where Bill, and it seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that, you guys had friendly competition.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a sense that there was that nobody was proprietary when it came to good deeds.
Exactly.
That was an important part of the equation.
I mean, the guys behind the scene, we were just the guy. We were just all friends, and I say, and I guess the three that wound up being the last of the three was Bill, and then Dale, Trucking Bozo, Dale Summers, and then myself. Just by default, we kind of outlasted a lot of things in terms of having our program still on the air. There were many other people who came and went, so to speak, because radio is a very much Me Too business. Somebody across the street does something, everybody down the block is going to do the next thing by Wednesday, and it's a very copycat, Me Too type industry. So when Charlie Douglas tapped into an untapped market, I mean, in terms of the business,
Bill had a chance, by the way. I mean,
he did.
Really, he had a chance because and by the way, I don't blame him entirely, because then he makes a really quick pivot. If you know the history of this, Bill was probably talking to truckers before Charlie Douglas was, but it was all part of his overall show, his country and western music show that he just did late at night. He missed it. I'm going to be really blunt with you. He missed it. He missed that opportunity to be the first one there, because while he was happy to have their company and thrilled to actually cater to them, he cared about them, he never made that pivot until Charlie made it. And all you have to do is read that. Was it Time Magazine? Read that Time Magazine article. And I'm sure Bill read it and saw what the revenue was for 1 month of sales and went, I got to get in on this.
Yeah.
But that Me Too stuff is something that it's interesting. I don't struggle with it as much as I go back to what Ike Stevens said. He was on LinkedIn, and he said, when did all the trucking radio shows turn into logistics shows? When did that happen? And that's an odd moment too, because that for a long time was where the market was. But I think it's also because they abandoned the market that Charlie understood. A lot of people want to get recruiting companies, want to get carriers as their advertisers. But dude, there's a whole world out there. It's like, these guys don't want to hear that. One of my thoughts is, if we can get our numbers where we want to get them, is why don't we go to Duluth? You know, and I don't mean Duluth as a place. I mean Duluth as a company. You know,
Duluth
trading company.
Mhm.
You know, go to places where our friends out there, some of whom have some disposable income, go to restaurants, go to online services. You know, that's kind of the thing too, and you only can do that through a lifestyle thing. Chris,
Well,
John, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say the dynamic changed dramatically when satellite radio came on, because back, if you go back to the 60s, 70s, first half of the 80s, you were pretty much gone. Uncle Daddy, that, you know, the cliche. You were pretty much gone if you were a truck driver. And then in the mid to late 80s, the idea of regionalization really started taking hold, because when those baby changing tables started showing up in men's restrooms back in the late 80s, that's when society changed. And when society changes, truck drivers change, because truck drivers in society. We always think of people in terms of what they do as being a society unto themselves outside of the mainstream society. And it's not true, but it's easy to do. And it was much easier to think that way back in the day when AM radio was the only form of communication on any scale to an over-the-road truck driver. You had to have an AM, and it had to be powerful, or it had to be in the right place. So if it was in Chicago, you know, you could get I-80 pretty much over into Indiana, and you got Chicago and the northern Illinois. Right. So you got some population. But when the problem there is, when you got population, you also have carbon arc lighting on the roadways. You have computers and all the truck stops now, you know, in terms of AM radio, and it's like kryptonite. So if you if you can find an AM radio, plug it in and put it next to a computer, and it's going to sound worse than those wood chippers outside. All you're going to hear is that's all you'll hear. So you have all of these things fighting AM. So you had to be between. I kind of use the example. If you're in Kansas City and St. Louis at midnight, you ain't hearing us. But if you're between Kansas City and St. Louis, you're going to hear us all night.
As a matter of fact, you can make the argument because often the first place that the traffic would pick up would be inside the city.
Yeah.
So you really wanted to be focused. You really wanted to be safe. And so you couldn't have time for, as you call it, fun and games. So you'd be like, okay, that's fine. I'll tune over to maybe just a pure music channel or something easy, put it on, drive through the city. And then once I got out and had an open road again at night, then you turn trucking radio back on. It's just, it's really interesting to me too. And I don't know the answer to this, and it's me kind of speculating to throw something at you. I think trucking is always late. I think trucking culture is always late. And I mean that culturally.
Societally?
Yeah. Do you remember when you and I talked about the movie Dirty Harry? One of the really cool things that happens in the movie Dirty Harry is that he becomes aware of the fact that the 60s have passed him by. You remember that moment that he's talking, his partner is out. Remember, his partner says, I've had enough, I've got a family, I need to go have a life. And his partner's wife is talking to him privately, and he kind of concedes that to her. He said, you know, that it's actually the anti-Bullitt moment. You know, Bullitt is very much a part of the 60s. You know, he's, the famous detective that it's based on, wearing the turtlenecks and the, being as cool as school and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, the late 60s, early 70s pass him by. And a lot of the rebel attitude that happens in the 70s with truck driving, you could make a case that it happens. Why? It happens because those guys missed the 60s. A lot of them Vietnam veterans and all that kind of stuff. And I'm really thinking it might be interesting also, as you hear in the background, these guys crank it up. And like I said, a tiptoe. This has been literally a tiptoe this morning. But I think that there's one more thing that trucking is going to get to late that I might be able to introduce it to, and you and I might be able to introduce it to, which is crowdfunding, kickstarting, doing that kind of thing. And we're going to be talking about that more and more as we kind of make our way down the road. Okay, so we had other people to talk to. Rico Muhammad came by. Michael Freeze came by. We can talk a little bit about what they were talking about. And you know, Rico thinks we're at the tail end of it. He, in many ways, has a different version of the same thing Dean was saying, that we might be through the worst of this, or at least those who hung on long enough might be through the worst of this.
Yeah. Let me say this about one of the things that Michael brought up, and next, in fact, I'll take a look at their website here real quick if I can find it, if the story is up yet. And it is not up yet, but they're expected to put the story about nearshoring and reshoring. I just saw an article. I didn't read the article, but I saw the headline. This teacher is quitting because, quote, these kids cannot read. The other thing, and we're probably going to have him on next Monday, there's a guy who wrote an article about the fact that Tesla's biggest competitor is dropping humans from their training staff. In other words, if you have a robot and it wants to, put the dashboard in a car or whatever, you're going to train that robot to do that job. Right. They are getting rid of the human trainers now, and the robots are going to be training robots. That is happening a lot faster than anybody thought it would. We all knew it was coming.
Here's my hot take. You ready? It's going to blow up in their flipping faces.
You're damn right it's going to blow up.
It's going to blow up in their faces, and not just because they're killing their own markets to sell to, violating Henry Ford's great principle. If you're making something your employees on a regular basis can't buy, unless it is a pure luxury item, you might be in a little bit of trouble, because it means there's no market for what you're creating.
Mm-hmm.
And don't ever forget, they're the kind of people who actually make yachts. Even the people who work at the lowest end of that totem pole make a lot of money. So if you are making something that nobody can buy, nobody's going to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. And I think we're going to have a disruptive phase where a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, and then these idiots are going to look around and be like, I think we've got to hire people. Ben Affleck was on Joe Rogan with Matt Damon, and he was talking about AI. And all this worry of they're going to write scripts for us and create marketing campaigns for us, and they're going to cut all these human creatives out of it. And Affleck just burst into laughter. He said, have you ever read an AI script? Have you ever done that? Have you ever read an AI marketing campaign? He said it is so inhuman and so infuriating, and so even the dumbest of the dumb, unless it is just white noise, immediately turn their brains off to it. They can feel the slop that's literally pouring across it. Now, it's going to cause some damage, don't get me wrong, like Napster did. It's going to cause some disruption and damage, and I think a lot of the people who are interested in the bottom line are going to look at this long and hard. I've always said, man, go ahead, turn those automated vehicles out there on the road. Watch what happens after the first accident, the first time that kids are killed, the first time a soccer mom gets run off the road. Watch what happens. And they are headed towards a reckoning, and they are going to pay for it dearly. But they can keep on doing it with their transhuman philosophies and all their neato mosquitoes, that all I have to do is get rid of the pesky driver and the pesky creative and the pesky people who work for a living, and I can really make that money. They are in, I think, for the surprise of their life. And it may end worse for them than just not having any money. It may end with people coming for them. And I, for one, I'm kind of here for it. I mean, there are a couple of people who need to face a reckoning, who think that the world simply revolves around them, and that all the new tech... What is it? Anybody who believes in reincarnation always believes they were Cleopatra or Napoleon.
Yeah.
You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Nobody ever thinks, well, I was probably a sharecropper.
Mm-hmm.
I was probably a peat farmer in Ireland. Nobody ever says that. Everybody's always like, well, I was a Horatio Hornblower, who, by the way, is a fictional character, and so are they.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it kind of comes down to. So it's going to be very interesting to kind of play this out. Want to thank all of our other guests, too. Steve Brand was on the scene. Talk to me a little bit about that selection process for you. We've never really... I'm going to ask Lindsay the same question.
Yeah.
But talk about how you make that decision.
Oh, the folks at TA Petro send out dossiers on each of the contenders, I guess you might say. And you don't, and you take a look at this stuff, and again, it all starts off with their driving career, and they're all spectacular. A lot of veterans, of course, that sort of thing. But then you go to what they're doing in their hometowns, and that's where, to me, the citizen driver thing is really based on, is the citizen portion of it. It's really hard to do because sometimes they're a few paragraphs long and sometimes they're 3 pages long. But sometimes the 3-page guy has a lot of stuff that, okay. That one that's got the 3 paragraphs is really doing something, like a Jay Hosty, who has the Slidell 76.
Yeah, and that goes back. These kids can't read. These kids can't write. Sometimes you get a Jay Hosty where it's like, I know how to write a 5-paragraph paper. Mm-hmm. I know how to sum this up really nice and neat. I know how to create a momentum of narrative that doesn't take me forever and a day and isn't about padding. Here's who I am. If you want to know more, you can ask me. Where they get the pertinent information in there, they clean it up, and they just give you one hell of an elevator pitch, and you go, there's your winner. Mm-hmm. And that everything else can just be fact-checked. And that makes a big difference as well. Sometimes, I've always said that if you're using big words to get rid of 3 or 4 paragraphs, then you're using big words right. If you're using big words to show me that you can use big words, you're using big words wrong. And it's that simple. It's that kind of that's the equation behind it. Yeah, it was always good to hear from Steve, by the way. They have a charming podcast, I think is the best way to kind of describe it.
Trucker's Voice is a real good name for it, too.
Yeah, it really is. Now, talk to me a little bit about Mike Roeth, because, we've engaged in this partnership for quite some time, and there really is, if you take all of Mike's segments with you, Dave, a real narrative has developed over the course of the last year and the last 6 months with them, actually, hasn't it?
It really has. And you can see, boy, I'll tell you what, Mike has more passion for what he's doing than most everybody. Most of the folks have passion for what they do or they're not doing it. And some of them are really passionate. But I think Mike goes beyond the scale. He has put together a group of people who are equally committed to making it I hate to say it, a better world. Not just
in
the best way.
In the non-broccoli way.
About
it. If you guys don't know what I'm saying and you're just joining us, I always say the non-broccoli way is there anything worse than people telling you to improve your life and that you have to suffer to do so? Mm-hmm. It's the worst. Like, you got to give up red meat.
Yeah.
And now you have to eat unsalted, unbuttered broccoli. Mm-hmm. Get to it. Get to it. And I'm
going
to sit here and enjoy it while you suffer. Go truck yourself. I mean, really, just drop dead in the county square. Yeah. But what Mike is doing is groovy. It's like, diesel's here. Mm-hmm. We're going to have some diesel.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get some other groovy stuff too. And it's actually going to make you more money at the bottom line. If you're not pitching something that's fun or something that makes you money to have fun, you ain't pitching it right. Mm-hmm. They pitch it right. Mm-hmm. They get it. It's about the bottom line, about making it all work together. I really do think they want to make a better world and have a little bit of fun in the process of doing it. Travel, go out, meet people, see how it's affected. They are so human-centric. What NACFE is doing, what Mike is doing is so human-centric that it's a great reminder that if your job is not human-centric, you're probably doing it wrong. Just a thought. Wanted to kind of toss that out there. I love Joe Lynch, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I just like spending time with him. If you guys get a chance, don't forget that The Logistics of Logistics is, I think, one of the most informative podcasts that's out there, and so worth checking out. And one of the consistencies of today's show, did you notice how much concern and care almost every single guest had for the driver?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's kind of a governing principle for us around here. That the idea is the driver happy? Is the driver being taken care of? And, in talking about AI, that great reminder, does AI give drivers the opportunity to have a better lifestyle and a better paycheck? And if it doesn't, then I think we're doing AI wrong.
Yeah. I want to circle back, though, to something that you talked about a little bit earlier with me, and that is the dynamic and the parameters of the all-night AM power stations reaching truck drivers. Mm-hmm. Marriage made in heaven. Couldn't be better. When that all faded away, and there were multiple facets that caused it to fade away, and we went on to the satellite radio thing. That opened up the entire 24-hour day when we didn't know how to handle it. I said, I went to Sirius first when I lost my job with that little outfit that I was hooked up with for a little while when me and Mickey did. And they said, we were at Mid-American, they said, well, don't bother to come back in on Monday morning. Well, actually, we came in on Sunday night, so it shows you how much they knew. But the Truckin' Bozo and Bill Mack were already signed on XM, and so what was my response to that? Well, heck, they've already got those guys. They don't need me. Well, yeah, Dave, it's 24 hours now, not 6 hours.
Right.
They do need you because they have an open slot that's not filled. So that opened up everything, but it also opened up something else. It opened up the audience. Now you got the guys in the terminals, the guys in the suits, the guys in the government, the 3PLs, everybody out there
who
listening.
Can't wait to smell their own farts.
You can't, yeah, and now drivers are listening at the same time, and you try to make the program for the driver, which we always did and still do. And if you don't know that by now, then wow, I don't know what to tell you.
Nothing more to tell you.
I just don't know what to say. So what I'm getting at is to keep it driver centric was pretty difficult at first. Because we had a lot of pressure to be corporate.
It was also difficult towards the end. I won't lie.
Wow.
It was difficult towards the end because they couldn't figure out how to do it. They knew how to do it. They just didn't want to do it that way. I mean, I will tell you, the Sirius XM merger, and I've read to you about this. I've written some notes on it. Probably will do a posting about it sooner rather than later in the next couple of weeks. It was a disaster, straight up disaster. So what you do is they jam Coast to Coast as the overnight show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great show, by the way, amazing show. But they jam it into one location, which means they remove late night.
They didn't know where else to put it.
Well, it's just an absolute, utter, unmitigated disaster. So they removed that, and then my favorite. And by the way, I'm going to say his name. Dave Gorab calls you after the decision had been made, and I just wanted to call him back and just punch him in the face when he said this. Yeah, I always think that getting rid of the music might have been a mistake. And when he said it, I wanted to say, you think? You think, Dave? You think?
Yeah.
And of course, what it was, let me tell you what the model is, I think. If I can kind of guess these people right, we got a phone call we got to get to. And like I said, this has nothing to do with the current people who run this place. They didn't make the decision. But what I think they did was they said, hey, man, we actually got our subscription numbers up because somebody finally realized that getting drivers on board was a hell of a way to boost your subscription numbers, which we can now take to who? Our shareholders. And now having used truck drivers to get the subscription up with a program and programs, Bill Mack, Trucking Bozo, yourself, now let's take away their music and make sure that they get to all the other channels on our platform.
Yes, because they had, I don't know, 150 channels.
And they wanted people on those channels.
Yes.
They wanted to use trucking as a piggy bank to increase their stock share and at the same time get more subscribers. And so basically trucking went from having this really kind of featured and honored role on the platform to giving you guys only something that would create corporate space. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, and I'm going to be really blunt, there are people when they come to me and say, well, I'd like to see some ROIs on what my returns are. I'm like, well, the ROI problem you have is because you're on too. The reason why you're not getting a rate of return is because nobody wants to hear you. They want to hear Dave. They want to hear the other folks that are on the channel that host these shows, and they want to hear themselves. They want to hear the drivers. Who they don't want to hear is you. Your ROI sucks because you suck. Let's go to the phones, by the way. Who do we got?
Ooh, I think it's Horse Feathers.
Hey, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Hey, Jimmy. Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
It's been a great show, and glad to have been able to listen. I'm doing the Facebook Live deal today.
Ah, cool.
Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Welcome aboard.
Morning, Andre.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
to
that's
leave
cool,
you
man.
out, but I couldn't hear you over the chainsaw and wood chipping and all that. No.
Touche. Good to have you, buddy.
This is Wood Chip Radio. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's right. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if how's the rest of that?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much? Well, here's what. How much gang could a radio gang of a radio could gang radio? How about that?
There you go.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
I met a guy named Charles Wood.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Horse Feathers.
Did I have a topic? I don't know. Probably not. Anyway, hey, when I actually first started with Dave when the satellite happened, because that's about the time I moved to Maryland, was 2004. And I actually started more of a daytime career at that point, which didn't take long to get back to the overnight. But the satellite did introduce me to Dave a lot. I mean, I knew of him, but wasn't a regular listener because my radio picked up a lot of 700 and 1170 and 1180 out of Rochester when I was up there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that didn't last long up there, and they decided to go back to the UFOs and everything. But I don't understand why the UFO channel has to be on 3/4 of the AM overnight radio, because it's overlapping so much.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. But anyways, that was what got me into, the Road Gang, the Dave Nemo show, and, got to hear Bill Mack some. But my radio, when I had the satellite, and I had the little roadie too, because they had all the promotions and the roadie and all them.
Oh, yeah.
But they stayed on that channel. They never moved to. Occasionally, I'd want to hear some comedy, but what would happen is they didn't know how to have their programming expanded. So you could pretty much set your clock by their programming, whether it was music or comedy or whatever, because every day you go to listen at the same time, it'd be the same thing all over again.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no need for me to go hear, what they had, Now I will admit, the comedy bits that Dave played, about going out and driving your car to see your friend and going down the main road and making the turn onto the county road and going down that road to turn on the dirt road, which turned onto the 2-wheel tracks, which ended up coming to a little spot to stop your car, and you had to walk a path back to the little cabin, and the sign on the door said, "Gone to the country." I mean, now we know that one.
Yeah, Texas
but
Bob
we enjoy
Murphy.
hearing it all the time.
But
who was it that did it, Dave? I can't remember who did
Texas
that.
Bob Murphy. Yeah, Gone to the Country.
Yeah. So, but those were the little things that we always looked forward to, and I don't know. As I say, that was where programs going now, I don't know, but I just wanted to kick in and say, we've been with you that long, and I wish I would have known the real Road Gang from the overnight stuff, but the WWL didn't quite reach up, out of New Orleans up to New England for me. The skip just didn't make it a lot of times.
Exactly. Yeah.
But the good news is, who knows? Maybe we'll get something else kind of going, and maybe it'll fit. The thing is, I've always said, if you ever want to invent something old that in the sense that we kind of recapture what was, the trick is to capture the feeling, not the format. And that's always one of the most interesting ways. How do I capture a feeling without simply replicating the form? Is always, and it's about looking at new forms. Go ahead, my friend. Horse feathers? Did we lose you?
No, I just had a beat there. But so you're kind of, I think you kind of got it there, is that because a lot of us don't like change, so you kind of have to figure out how to reinvent the old into something new on the new way. And I think you're working on it here. It's coming along. It's a work in progress, definitely. But yeah, but I'm back to my schedule again now that I'm doing mostly the overnight. So a lot of times I'm already starting to wind down and be closing my eyes about the time you guys get started in the morning here. So it's just a matter of trying to get back to, figure out where to listen on the podcast. And I've always kind of drifted more to the listening live side, where, it's hard to call into a podcast. I don't know.
It very much is. By the way, let me tell you how much we love you and love this phone call. The show's over. We actually ended the show, and we're still on the air because we can do whatever we want, because I make this up as I go along, and so does Dave, and so does Andre. But we love having you, man. It's good to talk to you.
That's the whole point of this new platform to work on, because you can go on. And, I'm hoping Steve's thing works out good with him. He just had his 5th anniversary with Hot Shot Secret.
I didn't know that, dude. That's really cool. Congratulations to Steve. That's really awesome, man.
January 11th was his date of inception on that, and it was 5 years ago. So now he's into his 6th year on that platform of his, which, you know, for what iHeartRadio did to him and 700 WLW, I mean, I just eliminated him from my phone. I don't even have a need to associate with it. So
I hear you, man. I hear you.
But that's a personal choice, and you know, I'm very brand loyal, and I don't like it when people mess with my brand.
I got to tell you, I could not agree absolutely more. Now, we do have to end this because they're going to start that wood chipper again in a second. But, brother, by the way, our good friend Horse Feathers is the first person that has ever extended this show beyond its 11 o'clock boundary. Well done, my friend. Keep on calling. Keep on listening.
Thank you. And coming up in the future, I'll have to let you know. It'll probably be after it happens. But the Roadstar Gang Star is going to make an appearance somewhere you probably wouldn't ever expected it to been. So.
Okay, then.
I love that. Horse Feathers.
Horse Feathers. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paranormal Pie Man, Marshall, Trucker Bosun. We love all of you. We'll be back tomorrow with Road Gang Radio. Our good friend Lindsay's headed off to Belize, but maybe we'll figure out some stuff. If they come back and cut tomorrow, I'll broadcast from someplace else. This has been a production of RadioNemo.com. Go to RadioNemo.com and find out all about us and subscribe.